support that. Okay, welcome. The preamble to what you are witnessing right now is that I'm the guy that's going to risk his life to save yours. And you might think to yourself, yeah, I actually believe that now, because we are in a massive amount of trouble. If we do not get our act together, we are going to experience a type of life we don't want. Some call it hell on earth. So if you do not want to head towards the worst case scenario, and you can sense it already, then join me. You can try and join all the other experts. That's what some of my really talented high IQ friends are doing right now. Is they're saying what you're doing is just a little too crazy with the Messiah stuff and God's government and starting up all this structure of pure wisdom as a universal logic. They don't understand any of that because they're stuck in ordinary consciousness, which is fragmented. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to stand our ground and say, can you provide a more rational, grounded solution than what we're talking about here? We can define wisdom. We can measure it now. We're rational. We can define reason and rationality. We can define how science itself justifies itself logically as necessity, true. Because God's being is what gives objectivity to science. They're the same structure, the same universal logic. So I'm on a hunger strike, day 308 technically, to save your life by showing you sacrifice and a deeper meaning beyond just superficial survival is what causes you to thrive, whether you're in pain or pleasure. And there is a lot of pain coming. I'm sorry to tell you that our species has been very sinful, or the human species has been very sinful, but there's a godly side to you. And that godly side, if you want to know about it, then ask questions and engage. I put the proof of truth and this divine knowledge in the chat for you. Priceless knowledge for free. And tomorrow I'm going to do it with, 5 Harvard people and a World Bank chief and a bunch of AI investors, a couple of polymaths, like really amazing people. So we're going top down, God-gifted people. That doesn't mean they're wise, though. They're just sensuously powerful, and they're not doing a good job with that power. Okay, God's government's going to come in and say, here's how you're supposed to do it. You're the guardian class. Okay, it doesn't mean you tell the people who are experiencing more suffering what to do. You're supposed to guide with love, reason, discipline. You don't let anything just fly, but you got to play that role right, and it's not being played right. Okay, so I'm cooking right now, and that's because you guys did the blessings. I really appreciate that. It's because of you guys learning how to make 3 types or 3 levels of well-wishing, which, yes, we normally call that blessings. I get to eat when you guys make about 3,600 on the next meal. So I'm going to eat for about, another week, 5 days now. And then I'm going to go back on the hunger strike. How long did I go without eating before? I went 28 days without any food. How long did I go before that? 19 days without food. And hopefully this time I'll only go 6 days without food. Or a week. Maybe maximum 2 weeks, but I don't want to wait much longer than that, you guys, because it's starting to get serious. Okay? Alright. So I got past refeeding syndrome, and now I'm actually recovering some weight and eating bigger meals. I'm still getting a little nauseous, and that was because of the water I was drinking. That didn't seem to be the best. I mean, some tape and stuff in my water jug because it was leaking and bacteria and all this stuff that happens. So I'm feeling better. This is the first day of having all proper water again. Okay, I'm just making my broth right now. Throw in our noodles. I have to record every 12 hours. Because YouTube makes me do that, or else it deletes the record that I'm actually not eating in between the meals. So we're heading towards a really not good situation, you guys. It is really, really not good. Okay? Please ask me questions seriously. People in ordinary consciousness never really understand divine knowledge in the beginning. So don't make the mistake of hubris, where what you think is most obvious is probably wrong. That's how ordinary consciousness works, okay? If you think you're right without really questioning yourself, then you're probably falling into the Dunning-Kruger effect. Okay? Which is the polite way of saying you're not questioning yourself enough. Because you're not trained to do that kind of humility. The scientists kind of have an approximation of it. Why they're getting some degree of objectivity. Some of their empirical measurements, but that's not quite enough. Okay. Good. That's done. I'm just rinsing all the starch and pesticides and soaps and all this stuff off of my my food because I'm eating organic, very, very healthy. Having my oils, my fats, essential fats, everything. Oh. Good. That's cooking away. Delicious, delicious. All right, so I'm gonna let that cook up some more. Oh no! Wait, stream is reset. Turn that off. It's funny because some of the Christians and the Muslims are claim to be the most devout, but they're doing it in the way the Pharisees kind of did it. That's okay. You can fix that. Okay. Good. Delicious. Okay, so that's cooking up a storm, and I'm planning for a meeting tomorrow. Like, there's a lot of pressure on because it can save a lot of lives if we can do a good job tomorrow. God willing. Okay. So a little bit of this. Okay. We're going to get over some cabbage. And it's very important to get your purple cabbage in. You might have purple onions. Okay. Good. Oh, they're pooping. They're pooping. Not happy now. But they're still healthy. Like, that's shocking. I'm blown away. Look at this, you guys. It's still healthy. The cilantro. Look at that. So I'm gonna put a little bit of water in there. I think I'm gonna empty it. Okay. Got a couple of leaves of cilantro, maybe. Here. Fast. Just remarkable. Just remarkable. These guys are having a hard time, actually. They are. They're not in water. See if I can look at this. Proof that it works. So we can have it. Done deal. Okay. And we'll take a little bit of gel on the top here. Great. Good. I get to eat. You guys have no idea. I think you do. I think some people do. If you practice Lent and Ramadan. Okay. And it's 10:14 already. So I gotta get this form created. Still making some veggies over here. So let's see this out. A bit of this guy on here. Oh. And let's Great. There. Every meal is a little bit different. A little bit of diversity. Gourmet, vegan. Little artichoke heart there from like a long time ago. Good. Okay. Let's see how this batch turned out. The poor and the hungry right now. That everybody else is justified leaving hungry. Not us. Not the true family of God. Okay. Hmm. Uh-oh. Is it gonna freeze on me? Hmm. Oh, it crashed. Dang it. Hmm. Oh, my bad. Mm. Okay. It is March 26th, 2026, 10:27 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. It just sounds a little bit fake, you know? You can tell she's forcing it. I'm so obsessed. Why don't you get obsessed about feeding these kids? you know, and making sure those hats are sweatshop free and fair trade certified, which Tony probably is trying. That's the thing I really want to. I want to work with him because I sense that that's actually true. That if he knows, he's going to try and make it happen. He's really dodging double binds like crazy. So I'm actually going to try and do this, and I'm going to get that refund back in a month. I think I'm going to try it. And if he doesn't coach me in a month, then I'll just get the refund. This has got to be God given because prices dropped a lot. Like it's thinking about it um, because I have these taxes coming in. Uh, but anyway, it feels like good timing. So, and he always has these deadlines to force you to do it. He's like really using the cognitive biases against you to get you to commit. Okay, that was his live session. As you can see, proof of the 30 days refund. All the oil in here, but Have a gun. Let's do it. We can do it. All right. You guys are worth it. Sacred. You're sacred. Okay. Okay, we're going to do this again one more time. So, Mark McCormick here, March 26, 2026, 10:37 p.m. So, same day that Tony Robbins did this presentation with his crew. So, this woman is telling us what to do. So, Tony's right here. That's God's government talk right there. Oh, no, it doesn't have a try to. No. So, that's God's government. Nobody gets the point. This is what I want. This is what I want. Amazing, just sitting there. No, going to a serving community and feeding people is amazing. This is great. Right there. Whoa, that's what I mean for. Nice. God's government. That's it. Megacrisis. Oh, it's a group. We're just waiting for the refund declaration. Perfect. Good man. Oh boy. Ouch. Here we go. There we go. There. Now it's guaranteed. I guess this is just for my own personal records, but I'm going to show you my info here. So it's all put in there. Everything is in. Take a little quick over this. Which up to three is also include applicable course materials. I think he's probably going to do one up front, and then he's probably going to do one later on, halfway through the year. Okay, renewal. Transfer of the inner circle program. You may not transfer your inner subscription to any other party unless you receive written permission. Oh, cool. From an RRI authorized representative. Cool. What? If you have chosen annual plan, then your enrollment will commence upon the initial payment following the $1 trial period. Okay. Monthly. Oh, so I get 2 months free? What? Cool. Okay. What? At its sole discretion, RRI may offer an upgrade package. Okay, that's fine. You can offer it. It doesn't mean I have to take it. You will not be obligated to purchase. Perfect. Okay. A signing date in the postmark prior to midnight of the third business day after the date you complete this transaction. Your notice must be emailed to this. Attention. No, no, 20 points when you take up to 46 weeks. I'm sure if you do not attend any reports. From any of these discount, but alright. Okay. After making this purchase. Oh, cool. Okay. So clause 4 of section 5. Let's just give this a little copy because I have a low income fee waiver from the Courthouse of Edmonton. So we're going to propose this to the Corps and see if they will give me a couple of months extended. Okay, this feels divine. This feels like it's supposed to happen. Okay. 20. Cool. Cool. All right. So I'm lining up multiple options, right? So plot in all directions, hope for the best, prepare for the worst, plot in all directions. This is me plotting in all directions so that if tomorrow doesn't work out with Harvard and all that, we have all these other options to go for. You just got to keep the momentum, and it's building. I can feel it building, so I can't let it drop. Always have to have positive news, because when somebody wants to come down on you and say, "Oh, look at it, didn't work out. You were blah blah blah," you can say, "Yeah, I kind of thought that might happen, but guess what? We're in Tony's inner circle, and we're gonna have a session with him." Private trainings ROI reserves the right to remove any participant from any virtual event. Yeah. Any previously paid any subscription of this invitation refund state program. Well, that's a lawsuit waiting to happen right there. But let's hope it doesn't come to that. Nervous scratch. Yeah, transaction statements. Are the proper? Okay. Okay, interesting. Right here is what we're looking for. All right. I can get a refund anyway if you do that. So, all right. So it's all here. Good. Like modern. No, it didn't come in yet. Interesting. Okay. Well, it's done. So I'm using up all my space, so I should probably stop recording this. There it is. Done. Wednesday, I don't have court that day, which is good. I want to book with Tony. Okay, I'm going to schedule and then I'm going to send him the low income fee waiver. Okay. So we have to do this. What? I'm not available for purchase. What the heck? It's before midnight, same day. And he's 1 hour behind me in California, so it's only 9:54 there. Yeah, the same thing. Pick up faster than an email when you send it to you. Okay, that's kind of strange, Tony, but okay. Okay. This is taking up a lot of space in the days. Almost 11 o'clock here. I never said anything. Okay. Excusing why. All right. Now let's see. Okay. Ah, yep. You got the word pop up. All right. There. We're good. We're in. Ooh, very smooth. This is what we're looking for. We're doing a lot of hunger strikes here. Need to be paying attention to that. because they're very sensitive. What should I do here? Oh no, no editing. Edit code photo. Just gonna do this really quickly. Oh, good. It's good to me. Oh, okay. So let's do this instead. This is the kind of tedious stuff that really starts to get to you if you do hundreds of hours in this, trying to get the basic things going. I get it. Oh. That worked out. That was okay. I feel like this is run by Mighty Networks, it feels like. I don't know why it's not working. So we're just going to do this. Save. Wrong. It's like not changing how the picture displays. More bugs. See. Closer. So we're going to do this. Saved. And we're going to delete. Save. And it's broken. So we're going to go back, change, and we're going to go back in now. This, and we're going to do a little bit of that, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do a little bit of, actually, do I'm trying to make it shrink it, so let's try that. He's just going to try and resize it, so Looks like not the worst, but oh. Didn't change anything, did it? Open file. Why do I have to open file? Oh wow, cool. I think she's Kennedy School. Oh yeah, New York University. Anyway, this is how I get stuck on things. Career on management information systems. Global research. PhD. Stern School of Business. What am I looking for on here? Just to make sure. This guy, Ethan Mollick, Wharton School, didn't like my comment, but this guy did. Very interesting. I am looking for a good water filter. Okay, let's stay focused. Ouch. Can I do it this? Yeah, what did I think I did with this thing? Oh. Dude, this stuff is so annoying. Wait, my mouse. Oh, they're introducing school in here. Oh, cool. School. Okay. Annoying. Okay. Consider Messiah. That's cute. They're gonna advertise it here. It's free. Surrender. Oh man. Okay. Something I thought was gonna be quick is now something quick. Yeah. Right. Oh, that's really annoying. Please work. I won't do it. Wow, bizarre. Okay, another thing broken. Scan the QR code. It works for a second. Just look at it. All right. Good job, Tony. Done. 100% completed. As much as I'm complaining, we're blessed. We're in. Done. Whoa. Cool. Okay, I'm gonna stop recording now, so it's done. And I got the refund and everything on screen. So we're heading out, and yeah, starting the journey now. So refund in 30 days means there's 31 days in this month, so let's count it out. So not including this day, I signed up on this day. So at the end of this day is the first day. So 1 day, 2 days, 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 30. Really? Something's not right about that. Oh, it's because 26 days. So on midnight, 11:59 on the 25th. Okay, done. All right. We're doing it, you guys. It's happening. And I get to eat this delicious, nutritious, well, kind of nutritious. Like, these are 1/3 less nutritious than they were in 1980. But we got this sauerkraut lettuce head with lots of, it's unpasteurized, which means that there's real probiotics in this. We have purple cabbage, which is really good for you now that my gut's digesting. This stuff is really hard on your gut when you're first coming off of a fast. So I can start eating it now, finally. Got some nice pink purple onions, some carrots. We have some artichoke heart. And we have my own homegrown mung bean sprouts. I grew these We have a little bit of that cilantro that's still fresh. Look how fresh that cilantro is. You see how fresh that cilantro is? That's 2 weeks old. That would be like brown rotting in my fridge if I did the planned obsolescence thing. Mung bean sprouts. See that? So very healthy, especially the onions. I do have some garlic, but I'm saving the garlic for the Peru Iranian dish. So I get to eat this with a little bit of pickling vinegar, very little, and some apple cider vinegar, very little. Apple cider vinegar makes it a little bit sweet, and it has iodine salt. It's very important to have iodine in your salt. And they say, don't do it, don't do it. Do it, okay? Especially if you're on fast, do it. You're gonna get a big goiter. And I got some olive oil on this too, a little tiny little bit. So look, I'm blessed. Like, there's people in the world with that kill for this is as gourmet as you can get, sort of, as a vegan. Like, this is not bad for like 5 minutes worth of effort, and it's all ethical, organic, no pesticides. I washed it all off with vinegar beforehand, and I bought from an ethical store, or one of the ethical stores I tried, and I washed it with filtered water. Still might have a little bit of microplastics on it, we found out today, but very little comparatively. What else is in this? There's no coffee, sugar tea. There's a little bit of, there's tea. There's mint tea, Moroccan mint tea in this, but it's fair trade certified. Let me prove it to you. Oh, I'm so happy. Look at that. That's the mint tea that I'm using. When you see this, or where is it? When you see this logo, that means it's fair trade certified. So this brand is fair trade certified. That's the logo. So that's what's in my dish right now. Very, very happy. So any coffee, sugar, tea, or chocolate, you always want to make sure fair trade certified, okay? Because they're 95% not fair trade certified in almost every country in the world. So that's very sad and tragic. I made a promise to not ever eat those ever again. Even if somebody offers them to me, I won't eat them, because I care about the people who are being exploited. Like, I feel them, like, right now. And you do too. Don't turn it off in your mind. Don't turn it off. Pay the price. You're going to be on the right side of history, and on the right side of goodness, the right side of God, and your own conscience if you're atheist. So let's have a bite in honor of the poor. We don't forget them. This is a blessing candle. I need to buy a battery so I can actually turn it on again. But the light shines from within us into the world, okay? Blessings. Hmm. Hmm. Should we try this artichoke heart? Mm. Mm. Whoa! Whoa. Mm. I'm eating that slowly on purpose to really savor it. Okay, back to work. I'm gonna put on some ambience music. Ambiance. Shouldn't copy strike. I would play like lots of music, but it's getting copy struck, so copyright struck. So we'll go with something a little bit generic. We're gonna do some divine reading tonight before bed. I'm gonna save some energy. I'm gonna send the formula or get it ready. Yeah, that's my sort of like task for that. Yeah. 6.3 gigs. What is happening there? Hmm. That cabbage, holy. Whew. Okay, that's done. Ooh, that's spicy. Ooh. Wow. Besides, my cheeks are hurting. Mm. That cabbage is intense.
very same capabilities could be developed in a different way that doesn't have all of these unintended consequences. So let's talk about all of that.
This is super interesting to me. My team gave me this report to show me how many of you that watch the show subscribe, and some of you have told us, according to this, that you will unsubscribe from the channel randomly. So, favour to ask all of you, please could you check right now if you've hit the subscribe button, if you are a regular viewer of the show, like what we do here. We're approaching quite a significant mark on this show in terms of a subscribe number. So if there was one simple free thing that you could do to help us, my team, everybody here, to keep this show free, to keep it improving year over year and week over week, it's just to hit that subscribe button. Just double check if you did it. Anything will ever ask you to be able to do. If you do it, I'll tell you what to do. I'll make sure every single week, every single month, we fight harder and harder and harder and harder to bring you the guests and conversations that you want to hear. I've stayed true to that promise since the very beginning of the DRCO, and I will not let you down. Please help us. We appreciate it. Let's go on with the show.
When I graduated in San Francisco, I joined a tech startup, and I basically received an education from to join a very interesting startup that was building technologies that will help facilitate the fight against climate change and the environment's and this was, in hindsight, a very pivotal moment for me because I thought if this hub is ultimately geared toward building comparable technologies, and many of the problems in the world that are being solved are in hindsight, a very pivotal moment for me facilitating the fight against climate change that would my tech startup became part of Silicon Valley. And I basically received an education from Silicon Valley values that led me to joining a very visionary startup that was focused on building technologies that would help facilitate the fight against climate change, the board environment's and this was, in hindsight, a very pivotal moment for me because I thought if this hub is ultimately geared toward building comparable technologies, and many of the problems in the world that are being solved are not complex like climate change, then what are we actually doing here? What I thought I could get to a point where innovation is not actually necessarily working in the way that it is, and that we undercutting the problem that we need to solve. In that moment, I had a bit of a crisis where I thought, well, I've just spent 4 years trying to set myself up for this career that I now don't think I am cut out for. And I thought, well, I might as well just try something totally different. I've always liked writing. And that's how, after 2 years, I landed at a role at MIT Technology Review covering AI at the time. And that gave me a space to really explore all these options of who gets to decide what technologies we build, how does money and ideology also drive the production of those technologies, and how do we ultimately make sure that we actually reimagine the innovation ecosystem to work for a broad base of people all around the world. And so that is kind of how I then set off on this journey of ultimately writing a book. I didn't realize that I was working towards writing a book, but starting in 2018 when I took that job was essentially the moment in which I began researching the story of failure marketing with Base 44's approach. No setup, born ready. Survive and start moving. start to see that rhetoric break down when you go to the places that look nothing like Silicon Valley, that speak nothing like Silicon Valley, and that have history and culture that are fundamentally different as well. And that's where you start to really understand the true reality of how this industry is unfolding around us.
Yeah, I often try to steer conversations, but in this situation, I feel like it's probably my responsibility to follow. So with that in mind, I'm going to ask you, where does this journey begin? Where should we be starting if we're talking about subjects of empire of AI generally, artificial intelligence? And also I'd say, one thing I'm really keen to do in this conversation, which is I often see in conversations and stand down, is let's assume you're using something about AI. So they don't know what scale or GPUs or compute, whatever. And let's try and keep this as simple as we possibly can in terms of language. Explain the complicated language so that we can bring as much people as we possibly can.
Yes.
Where should we start?
I think we should start with when AI started as a field. So this was back in 1956, and there were a group of scientists down at Dartmouth University to start a new discipline, a scientific discipline, to try and chase an ambition. And specifically, an assistant professor at Dartmouth University, John Courthouse, decided to name this discipline artificial intelligence. This was not the first name that he tried. In the previous year, he tried to name it intelligence studies. And the reason why some of his colleagues were concerned about this name was because and the name that he tried. The previous year, he tried to name it intelligence studies. And the reason why some of his colleagues were concerned about this name was because it pegged the idea of this discipline to recreating human intelligence. And back then, as is true today, we have no scientific consensus around what human intelligence is. There's no definition from psychology, biology, neurology, and in fact, every attempt in history to quantify and rank human intelligence has been driven by nefarious motives. It's been driven by a desire to prove scientifically that certain intellectuals are inferior to other groups of people. There are no goalposts for this field, and there are no goalposts for the industry when they say that they are ultimately trying to recreate AI systems that we have already. How are you going to define what that means, and how are we going to get there if we don't know how to define the definition? And what that effectively means is that these companies can just use the term artificial general intelligence, which is now the term to refer to this ambitious goal to recreate human intelligence. They can use it however they want to, and they can define it, redefine it based on what is convenient for them. So in OpenAI's history, it has defined and redefined it many times. For example, when it's talking with Congress, AGI is a system that's going to cure cancer, solve climate change, cure poverty. When he's talking with consumers that he's trying to sell these products to, it's the most amazing digital assistant that you're ever going to have. When he was talking with Microsoft, in the deal that OpenAI and Microsoft struck, where Microsoft invested in the company, it was defined as a system that will generate $100 billion in revenue. And on OpenAI's own website, they define it as a highly autonomous systems that outperform humans in actually also fell a little bit, and that's why she's left with this very intense personal feeling at this moment, saying that somehow she worked him into.
So in 2015, Sam Altman is writing this book that said this is a very crisis. At the same time, in 2015, he's doing some very famous speeches at the time. That's about it. He said, America is the biggest existential threat, and America is a demon. And what I'm saying
Oh.
This particular approach is going to lead to intelligence as a is a hypothesis. It's not one that it's really important to understand that these are scientific hypotheses of specific individuals within the AI research community. And there's a lot of debate about whether this is in fact the case. And some of the biggest critics say it's very reductive to think of our brains as simply just statistical engine.
Why does it matter to know the mechanism? Is it not just important to know the outcome, which is Ben's going to be able to do, make a video for me, agents are going to be able to do what I'm doing?
Yes and no. So it matters because these companies think are driving their interaction based on physical hypothesis. So they have decided we think that this hypothesis is true, like we should just continue building larger and larger statistical models in the pursuit of artificial general intelligence. And that's then having global consequences. Like, in order to continue doing that, they're reporting up more and more data. They're building more and more data centers. They are having, spending more and more labor in order to continue on this path. Here's a question that I think is important to ask: is are we trying to build AI systems that are duplicative of humans? We're kind of having this conversation right now where we've just taken the premise of this industry as a good thing. Like, they said that we should be building AGI, so we say that we should be building AGI. But I would like to ask, why are we doing that? Why is it that we are building a technology that is ultimately designed to replace and automate people away? That is not the enterprise of technology. Like, we should be building technology, and the purpose of technology throughout history has been to
I wonder if this is going to count as like streaming his material. I don't even think I can play this without being copyright struck. I already know all this anyway, but you can tell I'm multitasking. I'm making the forms now. I added a couple more ideas to how I'm going to present this in the morning. I can't believe it's already 12:30 at night. And that's a couple more AI posts. Yeah. We'll just keep going. We'll go back to generics. Ugh. So I have enough already to pull this off. I know how I'm going to email them in the morning. I know how I'm going to do the stream. I know how I'm going to open it. I know how I'm going to progress it. And I know how I'm going to close it. So I can go to sleep right now and feel confident that I can probably pull this off tomorrow and still learn a lot. Or I can stay up for another hour and put some polish on it. Or I could just go to bed now, go to have a sleep for 4 hours. It'll be 4:30 in the morning. I could even sleep for 5 hours. It'll be 5:30 in the morning. That'll give me an hour and a half to polish it. We'll send it to emails. Next, you know, it would be 2.5 hours. 6:30, 7:30. No, it would give me an hour and a half to send it out. Oh, it hit me all of a sudden. Okay, I'm gonna go to sleep for 4.5 hours. Wake up at 5. 6, 7 could be prepping, get the email out. I got some ideas rolling here, so thanks for the love, you guys. What is it? 214 likes. Thank you. Who did that? Noro or Missing? Can't even see what comments are. Yeah, I'm in grinding mode now. It hit me all of a sudden. Oh. Ooh.
2 already. Wow. All right.
Burning the midnight oil. Man. got it sort of done, so we'll get a couple of hours sleep in. 3 hours, I think we'll go for, or 2.5, whatever. Hmm. Hmm. We have an hour and a half. Okay, right. I probably should open that up. Now that I'm thinking about it. All right. Oh boy. Let's try this out. Okay. Okay. Shoot. All right. Well, um, Okay, well, come together slowly but surely. One hour till I send invitations. I'll have an hour to fill it out. Shoot. Okay, I guess I better start trying to set this out. Okay, what's going on here? Okay, we're sending it out now. I was really going by the seat of my pants here a little bit. But that is okay. Okay. Oh boy, I can already feel that I'm going to be late if I don't get this out. Okay, I got the main slides up. I decided to make slides because I have a funny feeling it's going to be too intense for people. What is it here? My line's not straight. Okay. Let's do it. Do it, do it. Oh boy. Oh man. Cutting close. As always. Not always, but it's okay. There's like 50 other people, but I'm gonna learn a lot from this one. Um, all right, I'm sending it out. So let's see what happens. I'm gonna collect on this. Let's see. Okay, how do I make a post? Can't edit my own event. How do I do this? Whenever you use a new platform, it's always a little bit challenging at first. I thought it was as simple as just making a post, but you can't make a post. Um, all right. Learn how to go live, invite attendees, add speakers, overview, analytics, comments. Okay. Good morning, Joe. I'm just sending out the morning reminder, but I don't. It's not letting me make a post on on LinkedIn. How do I make a post on my own event? It won't let me make one. I can't find the button anywhere. It's definitely not intuitive. So I'm gonna send out like a personal message, but I also want to send out like the actual, you know, an actual post on the wall so that people can see that we're updating the event. So this is bizarre. Like once again, it's not intuitive. Why wouldn't they let you post another comment on your own event? You know, like why wouldn't you let me just like I have a post on the main wall as you can see on LinkedIn if you look at the link, and there's nowhere to post another comment. It's like add another comment unless I'm missing it. I could be missing it, right? But
Can you put the post in the chat?
the what?
The post in the chat.
Yeah, it's gonna be here. I'm gonna put up a PowerPoint. I decided the simplest, so that's the message I'm gonna send out. What do you think of that?
I mean, yeah, but put the post in this chat. Like,
Yeah, I do, but I'm trying to warn people. Like, I haven't messaged them since I made the event, so it's kind of like a warning. Like, hey, it's happening in like in an hour. Okay, like I just spent like 4 minutes trying to figure out how to put a post on my own wall. Like, come on. Um. Okay, well, whatever then. That's annoying. All right. So I'm just gonna send out these messages to them one by one, painstakingly, because everything is artificial and contrived, and there's no mass messaging option on LinkedIn. So I'm going to spend the next 5 minutes doing that. I'm going to send it to 45 people. So I looked up that option, and I know how to do that option at least. So let me do that. What do you? So are you going to help me out here, or do you want to do the check-ins? Like, here's another thing, Joe. Is it's a live stream, and it's not putting my Google link there. So
Right.
we'll see who comes into the room. But if nobody comes into the room, I'll just like go through my little PowerPoint, and we'll just sit there and let them go and choose a tribe if they haven't done it. So yeah, it's in an hour, right? It's in an hour. Why is it in an hour? Because like right now, I wanted to, just in case I needed more extra preparation time. I could just have this hour, which luckily I have. So I'm going to send out the messages now. Message manage attendees. Okay. So you should be getting. Oh, you're not on LinkedIn. We should probably add each other on LinkedIn. Do you see my message in the chat there? Is that a good message? Does it seem pretty simple?
yeah, I mean, yeah, 9 a.m. Yeah, I mean, it's the same form that we filled out.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna. Oh, I'm just gonna probably do this weird copying thing.
All right, well, look, I'm going to be,
I'm sure we should probably, if you're gonna help me with this, you should probably like stay and like talk to me a little bit about it. You know what I'm saying?
well, and help you do what?
Well, plan out what are you exactly gonna do. So are you um
I mean, look, Mark, I think it's pretty everybody's input, and you're going to have the response from their logic makers. So, I mean, I don't see it 60 minutes, right?
Yeah, it's just very, very fast. Yeah.
So, I mean, the less, well, that's the only thing that, we need to help with is, so, I mean, I really don't, it's not our first meeting per se. So, I don't see any kind of practice that's really all that necessary.
Okay, so I'm gonna pull up a spreadsheet. I have to do Google Live too, which is challenging. So I'm gonna pull that up. We're gonna do the introduction speech. Thank you for your time, all that kind of stuff. And I think, should we do a blessing over the space?
Why not?
Okay, do you want to do that then, or do you? I think if you do that, and then we just lead into the check-ins, that might be the simplest way to go about it.
Sure.
Okay, and the question is, if nobody comes into the chats, then well, what should we do? I do a check-in, you do a check-in, and we just tell them this is how we start our meetings every time, because as the crisis gets worse, we're just checking to make sure that people are stable. So,
I mean, yeah, probably explaining the role of checking in a very brief example and then having them try and do it. I think that's it. I just don't see how those 60 people are going to be able to be done effectively well. So that was my concern yesterday. My concern with that. But that's why I thought that actually when you had like a meeting and you had a document kind of completed with what that really spoke to them, that was more of a one-on-one experience where you had a relationship being established, that you're having these massive meetings. I think have have value, but they also dilute the amount of time and quality that we have with an individual. So I don't know how this will play out. I have my concerns. But, it's your show.
well, that's what I'm saying. This is the moment to plan it, right? This is the plot in all directions. So if we have a lot of people come, right, then we'll have to do 30-second check-ins. If we have,
I mean, I'm just honest. Do they know anything about Whole World Spirit or why they're?
no, this is a fresh group of people, totally.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So then, I mean, if I come to something, I would rather be sold on the idea.
Well, they know that. They know the idea. Like, I sent them enough about the idea of the organization, but they're not like warm contacts. Like, I don't know all these people.
But it's one way if you send them information through like the document, another like it, and talk to them about how it's going to function. So from that perspective,
I think they have enough information to understand what they're getting themselves into, because it's in the event, right? You saw the event message. So that's what I think we need to do, is just adjust as we go, and just know what our roles are gonna be, which is pretty simple. Intro speech, and then after that, I'm gonna give this little presentation. Like, we can go through the core. If it's just me and you, can go through the core kind of quickly, and then in the wisdom teams, I'm just gonna go through. The approach I'm gonna take to teach the cheesy tribes is I'm gonna make it a God's alphabet. Okay. We'll see who's showing up here. They're sending me a couple of weird messages. But I'm taking the approach of there's, normal alphabets, and then there's God's alphabet. And uh, I'll share screen the presentation, and I'm going to take a little break. There's a section 1, as you can see, in a section 2. And we'll just see who shows up. I haven't even finished making the presentation, and they actually made it even more tedious to message everybody. Like, I can't even have the screen open. I have to close it, open it, close it, open. It's absolutely tedious to message everybody right now. I'm messaging them all one by one, and it is rough, Joe. So anyway, I think I can send you the presentation if you want to look at that kind of quickly. But how I want to end it is I want to say I'll talk about the conference, I guess, or if you want to say anything about what you get out of it. But ideally, we're going to pull up the tribes at the end and show people who like what the result is. And
Yeah,
I
that's premature to say anything about the conference at the time. You know, I think that the important part is to really try and get people's level of commitment, their interest. The last thing that you want is really not know somebody that's going to get involved. And to have, somebody shows up and says they were going to throw money around, and I don't necessarily see that as a good sign. Um, you know, I think it's careful. You have to be careful as to where energy comes from. And that's just my thought. So I thought it was premature before we knew anybody deeply. They can be important, but I don't care about that. So, thought.
yeah, but see, that's a little bit different. Like, I want to tell you how to start a movement from nothing, right? You're used to having sort of things already existing, but we have to treat this event like I like our lives are on the line, right? It's like you have to burn the bridge behind you so you don't wimp out. So we're making it happen by saying we're not. It's not 100% set up, but here's our vision, and we're going to pursue it like it is happening. So that's the fundamental difference about how you're pursuing it than I'm pursuing it, right? Is you're saying, well, I want to be a little bit more cautious, and it may happen, it might not happen, but for me, it's like, no, it's going to happen.
I don't think it's cautious, Mark. I think that there's reckless. And I think that if you were to end up taking money from someone that had a certain agenda, it could completely destroy.
Yeah, but I don't, no, I don't think many people are going to give money. You're right in that level, but if we go to that level, we're just going to have to be careful.
There's wise actions, right? There's actions just haphazard. And I don't think having more information is actually seen as cautious. I think it's actually something, like, if you really want to have courage, you really have to have an understanding of what is the risk. It's not just haphazardly running into a burning building. So, and as far as from, building something from nothing, yeah, I guess. I don't know. I think people have different paths getting to somewhere, and they have to ask themselves how they got there. And none of us got here alone. So I don't think anything is really built from nothing. So, I think that that's a fundamental difference too. But I'm going to say that I think it needs to be, we need to be mindful of our interactions no matter what. Otherwise, it's just, however you wish to phrase it. I'll say reckless, you say radical. Those are our two different ways.
No, like I share that, right? I don't. I understand recklessness, but what I'm saying is it's reckless not to pursue this. Like it's got to happen.
Oh, I'm not saying that it's not to say that that it does have to happen. But the how you pursue that is not necessarily have to be like, well, if I'm not screaming about it, then it's not happening. Um, so I guess I don't necessarily see what you're trying to communicate as far as the idea of, oh, well, I mean, my sense of urgency is no different. Just because, I don't know, partly, I don't think there's also one way. I've said that many times. In the sense that you have a conference with 10 of the most influential leaders in the world in their respective countries, and you could have 10 million, and you could have a productive conference at both. So the size of it doesn't matter, and things along those lines. It's a question of, true wisdom. So, what is the most effective way to move forward? And I don't necessarily think that, putting it out there to people that we haven't necessarily vetted, I think that runs a risk. You don't know what people's motives are until they show themselves.
Yeah, but at this point, it doesn't matter what their motives are because we're all dead if we don't pull this off. Like very, very likely. Do you know what I mean? Like we don't have a lot. What are they gonna do? Try and kill us more? It's like they can't. We already have an 80 to 95% chance of dying, right?
I mean, to say that their people's motives don't matter, I think is.
What's that? Sorry.
To say people's motives don't matter.
That's not what I'm saying. But
then what are you saying?
I'm saying that there's lower risk than you might be assuming with this, and the bigger risk is to say if we don't get our butts in gear and invite people in a safe way, like this is a sort of private event, but we're getting serious. We're saying this is going to happen. If you give us money, we're going to tell you how we're going to spend it before we spend it. And here's the plan. But if you want to give it right now so we can leverage it, then we can leverage it, right?
I don't think we should be asking for any money.
Well, anything. I'm asking for all Paretos. I'm saying, hey, look, we have this really great technology here called wisdom, pure wisdom, right? And we're in a crisis. How much of a crisis do you think we're in? And
well, and I think sometimes just maybe asking them as you do, how would you like to participate?
That's right. And what I'm learning right now, even as we are talking, is as I'm messaging these people, I'm noticing that half of them haven't checked their inboxes, so half of them aren't going to get this message. So that's a lesson learned right now. So we'll see if they get this, but we might get a pretty small number since they're not getting my messages behind the scenes anyway. It's probably going in their other inbox. But now that like I sent messages before we were friends, so I think now that I'm friends with these people, maybe this will go into their main inbox. So let's see what happens. But you're right. That sheet that I sent you, Joe, like the form, the section, I divide it into two sections, right? The second section is optional. The first section is the mandatory, the tribes, all this. But the second section is like, okay, if you guys want, if you're liking what you're hearing, you want to move faster, then you can actually fill out that section on how you want to get more deep into the movement. And I give them all the Pareto categories, but I also updated it since last time. I actually put in UQ as well, which is pure wisdom, right? So we'll see if anybody chooses that option, and it's actually not the best way to fill out that form. It's not the best way, but anyway, the big thing is to do section 1 and see what tribes these really elite people make, and then see if the God's alphabet way of presenting it is better than how we did it in the past with just normal Chizzy. That's what I'm kind of excited about. And I just finished messaging these people. So everybody's got the message now. So it took me 19 minutes to send to 45 people in the horrifically painful, contrived way that LinkedIn makes me do this when I already did the work to get them into the meeting, Joe. Why is it torturing me why is there not a mass message to my people? So, anyway,
Well, I mean, I think that ultimately that, um, that I, I, I don't know. I think the way the meeting ought to go is that you're explaining the vision. Um, I know they're filling out the forms and doing these other things, but at the same time, you know, I think skipping over some parts of the meeting is also problematic.
what's problematic?
Skipping over any part of the meeting.
You mean the default itinerary?
Yeah.
Oh, well, we can do that. Like, it depends. If we have 45 people, I was thinking we could cut it down, but I think because you're here with me, yeah, we can just kind of go through it and just like.
But right now, so I'm looking at what your email last night, and it is basically that you're only going to focus on busy. So,
Yeah,
um,
it's just that we're not gonna blast, like, you know what I mean. We're not gonna we're not gonna make everybody do the core. That's all I guess I'm really worried about. If we just you and me go through the core quickly, and then we're just say, uh, well, the check-ins is where it's gonna take a lot of time if there's a lot of people coming into the meeting, right? But it's a stream. It kind of messed that up. So we'll see how many people get the actual link. Um, But I think if you and I blast through the core, like do the introduction, hey everybody, uh, then we're gonna go through the blessing a little bit, and then we're gonna get into the check-ins to see who's all here. And if nobody's here, we're just gonna say we're gonna treat it like a demonstration. If it's just me and you in here, we'll just say, you guys, so how these meetings work is they're very structured because there's a lot of fragmentation. So the whole focus of this meeting is to say the secret of pure wisdom is to solve fragmentation by understanding that the solution is right in front of us. That's the secret, is that it's right in front of you, but you have to understand how to recognize it. And how you recognize it, we're going to show you. We're not just going to show you, we're going to demonstrate it. That's how I'm going to introduce it as a topic. And then we're going to get into, we're going to say your check-in, my check-in, like really quickly, like, 30 seconds to a minute. And you're going to say what tribe you chose. So that's the big thing. How you doing from 0 to 10? Who you are, Joe. Like, it kind of like, say your Pareto a little bit to show there's some clout here. And then say the tribe. So there's 3 things. And then I'll do that. And then if there's anybody else in the room with us, because if they're just tuning into the live stream, then, they can't.
I mean, if they're just tuning into the live stream, then that changes everything, right? That means it's not worth anything. But
Well, it is because they're going to fill out the form. As long as they fill out the form, we got the data.
well, I mean, so then what? I mean, I'm skeptical. I got to be honest, Mark. I'm pretty skeptical of the fact that people, if they have committed and didn't show up, and then choose to watch the live stream, it sounds like it would be wasting time at that point. Because they could have watched a lot of different live streams. And I don't think they're genuinely interested.
Well, it doesn't, like, Joe, I just want to say you and I accept that this could be a total waste of time. We don't know how LinkedIn's going to respond, right? I've never done this before. This is not Facebook, at least, right? So we're just experimenting. We're learning. If this doesn't go well, then we learn that I have to send out messages ahead. Like, I didn't send out a daily. I'm just like doing the base minimum, and we still have like 80 people that I can message. I actually calculated them. I added 80 people from Harvard. That's a lot. And I had like I think 300 people. So 80 of them were just Harvard. So I mean, we still have, I think, 30 or 40 Harvard people for me to still invite to the next meeting if this one's a flop. So I'm making the public posts right now. So we'll see who comes to my just generic Facebook.
And why is it
I'll
at
make
10
it
o'clock instead of 9?
What's that?
Why did you make it at 10 instead of 9?
For your time or my time?
I'm starting at 8. I guess like to make it at 8 versus 7.
I thought your answer is because I thought I would need this extra hour to finish making the PowerPoint presentation, and I thought that our regular crew was going to come in here. So Marlena was supposed to be here. I'm glad you came, and then Michael and
So
other
you
people.
just usually posted it an hour like an hour like right beforehand. You just sent that message to LinkedIn. That was like where so when I came in at 9, you're like I'm sending people.
Yeah, like my goal is to have the message sent to you.
So they weren't necessarily showing up then, right?
No, so listen to me. So in 10 minutes before you showed up, I was supposed to have this message sent out to everybody an hour ahead of the meeting, right? Ahead of the actual stream, right? But then I realized how torturous it is to send out 45 messages. They make it hard on purpose. So it took me 20
Right.
minutes to send the message, and I was talking to you the whole time, right? So I was going to take this hour to plan with whoever's going to show up, right? We're going to do a little bit of like mingling and being like, hey, what's your role? Like what you and I are doing right now, and then get the stream set up, get the PowerPoint set up, get the rules set up, go over it a little bit, and then when people start coming into the stream or the meeting here, we're going to see in real time if LinkedIn's a crappy event provider, if I have any issues with the stream.
I mean, so I'm just looking from a perspective that if I'm coming at this from, I have very limited time, which supposedly these individuals do. That, and I get a message, how many minutes before the meeting? That it is going to be an hour later because I need to prepare. Probably I wouldn't anticipate to get too much enthusiasm.
Oh well, look I already got one guy we didn't even add to the meeting confirm he's liked my post, so the public posts are working. You're right, Joe. Like what are you what are you adding to the meeting though? Is like we both agree 2 people could show up. Who cares? Right?
Yeah,
but I just want to be prepared, and we're gonna learn a lot. As long as we learn, right? The next time it'll be better. But I agree with you. This could be a total flop, and you're right. We should send out messages ahead of time. I agree with you.
Or, yeah, that they value time or they thought that you valued their time. I mean, the first thing that you're going to say to them is that you start on time, value your time, and yet before the meeting you're postponing it.
What do you mean postponing? We're not postponing it.
Delaying it.
We're not delaying it. It's starting on time. It's starting like it's in half an hour was always the time. 8 o'clock my time in half an hour was always the time. So I just sent out a message reminding everybody an hour ahead of the meeting. Say, hey, if you want to do these extra little tasks ahead of this meeting, you can do that, but it's going to start in an hour. Right? I wanted to send it out a day ago, but I didn't have it all set up. Right? So we're still ahead of the game here, but also, also, there was another comment I just wanted to make. What the heck was it? Like, there's no delay at all. It's like we're on time, right? It's not like we're like flying by the seat of our pants. This is the preparation time, and you and I are doing exactly what I hope we would be doing. Now I have to actually get the stream running and finish the PowerPoint. So I'm going to pull up the PowerPoint on this computer that you and I are on right now. But it's a test, right? It's a freebie because I only planned this like a week ago because I got the free LinkedIn and I realized the free subscription was going to end, and I realized that I got unlimited invites. I'm like, what the heck? I have unlimited invites, so I used up all the invites. Like for a day and a half, I sent out like 1,000 invites. I think I sent like 300, 400, 500 connect requests. And then all of a sudden I started getting like. I thought of, wait, why don't I use it? I thought, can I use this with Harvard? And I typed in Harvard, and I just started connecting with them. And they said, yeah, you can accept that.
Where does it say that you're
Look at the event. Can you go to LinkedIn, the link that I sent you, go to the event page, and you'll see the time is there. Right?
where
Underneath the name of the event. Oh, Joe, did you not go to the page? I sent you a message on LinkedIn saying, hey, we should probably connect on like LinkedIn, and so I can send you the event page. Okay, here's the there's the event page in the chat. If you can post the Chizzy tribe, well, I don't know. I have to post the Chizzy tribes in the
You sent this to me before?
Yeah, it should be in your email. It should be in the one that I sent to the Biodome people, and it should be. I think it might be in your
I
WhatsApp
got
too.
the diadem one up. Yeah. You got a sniffle there?
Um,
All right.
yeah, you're hypersensitive. You think I'm? That's interesting.
No.
You picked up on that. No, that's kind of funny. But yeah, it's like stuffy in here because there's
You've been complaining about it.
no, it is that I didn't get enough sleep last night. That's for sure. But it's more that my place isn't clean, and there's a mouse in here again. Like there's one mouse, and I blocked all the. It's because I opened this door to this room, and the mice are getting in from that area. That's what I sort of learned. But okay, here's the presentation. Well, as long as you just got the link, we can flange it up afterwards.
I never got it. And
Which-
well, here's the thing, Mark. That so, and having not mentioned this, being clear about how this changes.
It's always been that though, Joe. So I think you just didn't pay enough attention. Let me just double check that I did send this stuff to you.
Fine. I mean, but I was just wondering, actually, what was the point of changing the standard time anyway?
It wasn't changed. Like it was always this time, Joe. It was always 8 o'clock.
What is the point of changing it from the standard time that we start every single day?
Because you guys, the core crew, agreed to come to this thing.
No, I'm asking you.
And I thought we would need an hour for our team to talk by ourselves. That's what this hour is. So the normal ELM would just be us, and then we would have them. We'd all prepare, and then we would go into the meeting after this hour. I've said that 4 times already, Joe.
All right. Well, why don't you forward me the email where you tell me that this is the time and you gave me the LinkedIn account? Because I just for my own personal.
It doesn't really matter. I can hold it by myself. I actually wasn't really planning for you to be here at this
I
point.
would really like to be able to start to focus on these things because I want to make sure that there's no miscommunication. So, my question is then, because I have a conflict.
No, that's okay. I was planning to do it by myself. That's why I started making a presentation because I kind of sensed that you were resisting, Joe, because you weren't responding and all this stuff. So that he's gonna avoid it. He's gonna avoid it in a clever way.
If you give me the email, then I will actually postpone my 10 o'clock. But if you send me the email within the notice with the LinkedIn showing that it's 10 o'clock, then I have no problems then trying to say, look, and asking for this time back from someone. But it's even more of an awkward time for anybody else.
Yeah, well, here it is. I sent it to you, Marlena, and Aya. You guys all got it there. So, Aya, did you get those emails that I sent you?
You got the one from Aya that you there.
Yeah, look. If you look in the tags there, it says here is the event on LinkedIn. He also confirmed to come today after tomorrow, and then there's the link invitation right there. So. I did send it, and I actually, if you look on WhatsApp, I actually sent you a message saying, "Hey, we need to connect on LinkedIn," because I said we're not connected on LinkedIn.
So you're not being. So here's the thing, this is communication 101. It's that you don't embed something like in a message that actually changes the fundamental time.
It's always been that time, Joe. There's no change in the event time, man. It's like there's no change.
From every single day to this time.
Well, no, Joe. All of the godly ELMs, all the volunteer ELMs, all of them were at this time or 9 o'clock. So they were never on the actual this time.
They're not at, you're having the 10 o'clock, right? You switch this to 10 o'clock.
Like 10 o'clock your time.
10 o'clock my time, 9 o'clock, or was our 9 o'clock meeting that we have every single day. And the ELMs that you started with these ultras, every ELM
Yeah, yeah.
has always been at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, Joe, I know, but the reality is this is not a normal ELM, right? Like these special events I don't plan. So this is the thing we're learning, right? This is the good thing we're learning. Is you're on default mode and you're just saying, I don't need to look into what he's sending to me. I know the routine. I'm gonna come at the same time. You didn't plan. You didn't read any of the messages. I'm like, okay, he's moving. I kind of expected that, right? Because you're moving, right? And you warned me, and I said that's fair warning. I said it's fair warning.
I think it is fair warning to say that you get people with information, and don't explicitly say, I would like to have a meeting 9 o'clock prior to have you three here in order for us to prepare for this particular meeting, and just change the meeting time through a LinkedIn link without explicitly saying what you're looking for. Well, then I gotta be honest, and I think there is gonna be a lot of confusion. So you can, I guess perfectly change these things, or I don't know, maybe just flat out ineffectiveness. But it's either way, it's completely inefficient to communicate. If you have people that are actually planning to show up at an important meeting, I would be explicitly saying, are you coming at 8 a.m. to practice with them?
I think I did, Joe. I think in the messages on WhatsApp, like I don't have time to check them because I'm literally making the presentation right now as we're talking.
You think, but I mean, if this is really as important as you're saying, then I would probably, there would be no question. I'd be pointing to 4 or 5 different things that I sent to people, including Marlena. But it seemed like there's I don't know, half-hearted effort. So.
What are you talking about? Look here, I'm just gonna read the text messages to you. So I mean, I think the half-hour effort is on your part, my friend, but that's okay. I knew that you were moving. I knew that you were moving, so.
I don't know of anybody that messages people quite like you do. Like, I mean, continuously. I mean, it's fine.
Like we actually talked about it in the ELMs, right? I actually talked to you about it and said, hey, look.
We're starting at 10 o'clock.
No, I didn't say it. Well, I can't remember what we said. No, we can go back and look at the recording.
You could also say, well, I just want to be clear, you're coming at 8 a.m. tomorrow instead of 9, the usual time, because we're going to I want to make sure we can go over what we need to get done. So, I mean, look, this is clearly a game.
No, it's not a game. I think that all we need to do from now on is just realize that you don't have a lot of time to read these messages when you're in the middle of a move. And from now on, all special meetings are not.
Mark, I think that anybody that's reasonable that's actually like, okay, sending me things that tend to be not really all that, like, look who's going to come, look who, I checked them out, I did this. At some point, that is not going to get looked at. And then to embed a link or claim that, not to have said something prior to that, even though we meet every single day on this. I don't know. Seems pretty, innocent. I would just say there's a lack of effective communication, that's all. So, but now I notice, that information, kind of wasting time. I've picked up on that. That's fine. Because there's nothing actionable. If I'm talking to somebody that actually I'm trying to communicate to them, I'm like trying to give them something that's of action. Not necessarily just taking it. And look, I did this. This is wise wisdom. I have this many contacts on LinkedIn. Michael had a big fundraiser. Pessimism grows. Comes to the conferences. I mean, it's like, okay, at a certain point, tell me what I need to know. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. I think that since it's pretty obvious, behaviors show a lot. So we'll go from there. Anyway, I'm sure that that's probably this is somebody that's checking their messages, but at the same time, it's trying to use time effectively. But go ahead. What were you going to present? You're going to present this.
Yeah. Yeah, I will. And yeah, this is just learning. As long as we're learning, it's for me, the concerning things that you said, everything was good that you said. We're learning. Like, okay, he's not reading the messages. You don't like to get all the updates. You don't find them inspiring. Saying, hey, this guy came. You're like, oh my God, just tell me what I got to do. So I've learned something from you today because I'm open. I'm listening to you. So I won't send those anymore unless you want them or there's something you can do about them. For me, I'm the type of person that likes to give up.
There is an important thing to communicate. I'm not saying contextual information isn't important. But the idea of that's how the United Nations leadership announced this past year that the world's largest goals, namely sustainable development goals, are only 15% on track. Because the approach that was taken of piecemeal, small-scale consumerist activism, lifestyle choices did not work. Okay, I think not totally really kind of seeing the value in that. I don't disagree or agree. I mean, I don't really. If you're going to have your mental dumps into your WhatsApp, that's fine. To some degree, that can be seen as unstable or scared. Now, that is a rational, grounded reason for taking different course of action and going along with the rest of the world, or who were themselves saying that they were wrong over the past 26 years since the goals were founded in the year 2000. Okay. I cannot think of I don't know. Maybe if you're I don't know. Maybe if you're dating somebody, maybe if you're having some type of break, that you need to send these things. But I'm skipping a lot. Megacrisis doubled exponential pace of escalation is a good idea. You have not agreed to do this yet. It's like, okay, and what does this have to do with? I mean, I don't know. AI or starvation or CRISPR, biowarfare, and is wise, and I encourage as soon as possible so we can keep working together with them. I don't know what you were talking about. I don't know. That was a pretty big rant there. I'm just reading parts of your message. A LinkedIn message. Let me see here. You sent the email with your link, right?
Should be there, yeah.
Jack Dorsey's cutter stab, so I have the 1 hour pack Chizzy. Alright, well. So it's under confirmed. It's actually Jack Dorsey's head of technology. And here's the event in LinkedIn. Like, okay. So that was the notice that went out, that the meeting that we have every day was moved from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. So, and that you were sending something out to them prior to that, which is 19 minutes before, after 9 o'clock, which I don't necessarily see as a really, if I got something 19 minutes before my meeting, then, would actually be 41 minutes prior to my meeting. I don't know how receptive I would be to that either. In any case, look, I mean, I guess there's just your way of communicating.
No, Joe. What's happening is I agree with you. I told you, like, when we last met, I want to send so 24 hours ahead at least.
Mm-hmm.
I know how to hold good events. It's not Mark's communication. What's happening is I'm being abandoned to do all the work myself, and I'm overwhelmed. I got 3 hours of sleep. I got 2.5 hours of sleep last night. We're planning last minute because you're in the middle of a move. And fundamentally, what we're doing is very, very challenging. People are scared, right?
There seems to be a lot of miscellaneous kind of communication that's actually very little value.
Well, that's the big thing here. That's the big thing we're learning, right?
And drowning out.
Yeah, you got overwhelmed. That's good. From now on, Joe, I've realized that, right?
I think that there are two types, and there's two types of actions here that you, yes, context is important.
It's not about context though, Joe. It's about being up to date on what the real resources are. For me, it's very pragmatic, and it also has this extra benefit of being not just strategic, right, but also influential. So I'm learning how you're interpreting those comments, and now I'm learning, right? I'm learning. I don't know if you're learning from me, but I'm always trying to stipulate with the person.
I am. I mean, I've been learning. Beneficial.
Oh, good. Me too. You're keeping me alive, so I mean it's mutual.
So, but I'm learning, but the tactics aren't new. So I'm learning about on the individual level. So attention that is going to need to be paid towards this type of behavior is going to be very important for both of us. And we'll go from there. So I think we both learned. So what are you going to do with your PowerPoint?
I think those 3 slides are just going to be it, and then I'm going to open up the spreadsheet and just do the chizzy with them. And I'll ask them, where do you guys want to put this word or whatever? And then if there's time, I'm going to open up the conference document at the end and say, yeah, I'm going to try and do this conference here. We'll see. Like right now, maybe 2 people will only show up.
Now, what I'll do, how's this? In order to maintain, kind of participation, and seeing the link in that LinkedIn chain kind of thought, which probably may be a reason why other people aren't here, helping you.
No, the link has never changed, Joe.
I understand, but there's nobody else helping you prepare. You see what I'm saying?
Well, that's because only really Michael and Marlena were supposed to come in with you. So I mean, not a big loss, I guess. Well, no, Marlena knew. She confirmed, right? She's actually in the LinkedIn event, so she knows the time. Her and I were connected on LinkedIn.
But it was anticipation that you would be that we would be here early in order to help you prepare.
Well, not necessarily. I thought you might come in.
Oh no, you said Marlena.
Yeah, you and Marlena for sure. But Michael told me that he might have a conflict, so I talked to him yesterday.
So what I'll do is it's being streamed, correct?
I'm trying to set up the stream right now. Yeah.
Well, then if it's being streamed, then maybe what I can do is as in another meeting, because that's way I can, you know, you can convey whatever needs to be done. And we can talk about what was successful and what wasn't. Since it doesn't appear that we're going to have 60 people be showing up, then okay. Then it's probably best that you just can run the meeting yourself. That you really don't need a lot of help with that many, with just a few people. I didn't even necessarily think you needed my help in general, but so anyway, we know now how to communicate with each other much more effectively.
Yeah, learned a lot.
Yes. Well, I mean, the 3 slides look good. Sorry you feel overwhelmed.
I don't feel overwhelmed, right? It's just a lot of work. Like, I'm very focused. I'm going to pull this up by the seat of my pants. It's about degrees of perfection. So, I mean, this is not like, even I contacted my friend and said, Alana, can you come? And she said, Mark, you can have confidence. I'm saying it's not about confidence. When people see social rapport, it has influential power. Right? So this constant diminution, like, I'm a leader of 75,000 hours of university students and some of the most wealthy people in my area. I went and met Jeffrey Sachs, shook the hands of presidents. I'm not scared. I'm trying to change the world with people who are not yet ready. Okay, so I don't want you to interpret it in the wrong way. I can pull this off by myself, but it's nice to have you, right? It's nice to have you.
That are important, I guess. I think we've all met people that are important. And been able to get their attention at that point. And kind of some have gone out eventually and some have not. Some of need to know organizational help. And so that's great. That's great. So hope you aren't staying overwhelmed, or whatever it may be that you're not.
I just learned something else too. Is welcome, Deshayant. Good to see you here. We're just having stream problems because I just found out my streaming software doesn't natively stream to LinkedIn directly, so the stream won't even be up. This is the kind of stuff that happens. It's just surprising. I remember seeing LinkedIn inside of my streaming services, but maybe that's changed. Maybe that was a different program. So whoever shows up in the meeting here, we'll just do a small one, and they'll just message everybody a new date. But definitely learning here this morning. LinkedIn is a different beast for sure. You know what? Maybe I can get it working on my phone instead. So just give me a second here in downloading the app. But welcome. Normally I have jazz music playing in the background just while we're waiting. But Dushyant, did you get my email or my message on LinkedIn on opening up that one form and filling out just quickly the first couple of questions?
Yeah, I did, but I didn't get the test.
Well, you can just take the time right now. It should only take you about 30 seconds to 2 minutes, like very, very quick, since we're just waiting anyway. And if you have any questions, I'll be just kind of trying to get the stream figured out because my original setup didn't work. So it's okay. I kind of thought this would be an experimental first time, but yeah, go ahead, open that link, and I'm gonna keep opening up my spreadsheets here. Anyway, I think I'm just gonna full screen it, Joe, so it looks a little bit better. Okay. How do I do that? That's perfect. There we go. So that looks okay. So we have the base minimum up, and I did want to keep this meeting very, very simple. Very simple. 1, 2, 3 things. And then just give everybody a bunch of time to ask questions and do it. And then I think I'm going to pull up the form at the end and kind of show people what the result is. That's my sort of MO this morning. And Joe, I appreciate you for coming in because I know that you're in the middle of a lot. So at least we talked about it. This was still progress. And next time we'll do a little bit better coordinating. Especially with my streaming software, which now suddenly doesn't work at all.
Where is it?
Where's what?
Your streaming software is not working at all.
Yeah, because LinkedIn has a streaming service, but it's not natively compatible with
Then why don't you use
OBS.
the streaming service?
Like you can stream from your phone, I think. So I'm just gonna try and get the app working on my
You
phone.
can also stream from YouTube from your Hungerstrike, right?
Yeah, but nobody has access to it. I can't because I can't make a post and I can't send out a mass message. It's really just challenging. So I'm gonna figure out all those things. Like there's 5 things I've learned this morning that is going to improve for next time. So I knew this was gonna happen because we're in a fragmented society, right? It's like no matter how much you prepare, there's always something unexpected, and
No, I mean, I think we learned a lot, and the behavior just needs to be focused on, both internally and externally. And once we understand that a little bit better, then we know how to engage and what to look for, and the patterns of behavior that for communication. And so, fun. This is we'll see how successful those endeavors are. And we'll go from there. All right. So, in 3 minutes, you'll. It's a shame that streaming service will not work. Seems like there's a lot of important people that we're supposed to throw off.
yeah. And the other thing too is we realized it was a stream. They wouldn't let me put in a meeting link, so that was another thing I was disappointed in. Next time there's a different option I can choose, so I'm going to choose that option for next time. So the fact that we can't have the meeting, I had to send the link out. The streaming devices don't work together properly, and they make it very, very challenging. You can't message a bulk. You can't do a bulk message to the events. You have to send them like literally one by one in this painstaking way, and people might not even check their inboxes before the event. So all these things together, I think, will probably cause a little bit of a slowdown in this event. Like literally nothing worked. Like not. This meeting link is barely working. Dushan's gotten here. Great. We got one guy. The stream's not up, and the reminder didn't get it sent out 24 hours ahead of time like we wanted, right? So I mean that's a lot. And now I'm realizing too that you can't go live in a group event. You can only go live in a post on LinkedIn. So I can't even use my phone.
Yeah, these are kinks that actually the Thrive Run take care of. Need to be worked out. But anyway, I mean, it's serious. All right, man. Have a good meeting.
Okay, you too. See ya. See you on the next one. Okay. Well, it's worth it. Maybe your God sent Dishant, I'm even one person from the group that we have coming is capable of doing a lot with this information. So maybe I am supposed to do a dry run with you. I'll have to message everybody else and set up another event. But yeah, I can get some feedback from you, and just I can focus on you and answer all your questions. This meeting was originally designed for only 5 to 8 people anyway, and then we had like 45 people confirm, which was not expected. So we were going to do a generic version rather than a deep version. But I guess God wanted it to be deep. So we're going to do a deep session if you would like to learn. And then I'll just ask you what your impression is. And okay, Eden, good. Eden's in here. I was hoping, Eden, you would come. We're having major technical issues this morning. Major. Scott, welcome. You guys, I can't get the stream running because LinkedIn doesn't work natively with open broadcast systems. So we're not gonna have the stream, but if it's just like 5 to 8 of us, it's actually better because that's how we originally designed it. It's very interactive, and we just unexpectedly had 45 people confirm. So if it's just us in here, that's okay. It's actually what the original plan was, to have 5 to 8 people in here, and we'll do sort of a dry run to get your impressions so that when we plan it a second time, it'll be better, and all these kinks technologically will be worked out. So let me just get my screen going, and hopefully everybody else, I'll have to message them after this, but it's only an hour, so it's really quick. And we'll be in and out, and hopefully you guys got that link that I just sent out. It was supposed to be sent out 24 hours ago, didn't happen. So check that form out, and we're going to be relying on that to sort of go through this. But welcome, good to see you. Let's see if my screen works here. Okay, there's a codec problem now on my computer. All right, interesting. Well, you guys, thanks for coming on time. We like to start these meetings on time every time because we respect your time. And we think metaphysically the self is actual time. So we record these two usually, and I think we're on YouTube right now, so at least we got one stream kind of going with the audio. But we'll skip the others for now. And the core of these meetings is very serious. If you want to see time fly, you can throw your clock out the window. We start with a joke usually, but we're actually here because these types of meetings are operating on something called sacred time, empowering people with the right to flow using universal tools. And these words won't make sense at first. They're unusual, but they're out of the box. They're not in the box, which means that they have real capacity to change things. And the first thing we need to change is how we empower people as a new kind of justice system while we're collaborating. So this fragmentation on how society is set up is not actually supposed to be that way. It's supposed to be much more integrated. There we go. Now I'm back on the screen. Okay, one screen is working. So once we have people empowered, though, the goal is to work on the content of the movement, the real solutions. All right? And the real solution is in another core sentence, which is that one world spirit, new world spirit, fair world spirit, which are the sort of 3 legal names that we use to go global. It's an actual inner government, a new type of governance model too, that has the ultimate goal of flow states for all using universal logic. Again, a pretty jargony sentence, but as you understand the simplicity, you're going to realize that it's much easier to communicate the global solution and the local solution with those 2 sentences than the plethora of the 17 Sustainability Development Goals and the 900 million frameworks that the 900 million NGOs around the world are building, and the 193 country nation state solutions that are also conflicting at the United Nations right now. So that's our model right there, all done. We have 4 flow roles that these meetings eventually have. There's an executor that makes things fair and flowing. There's a relationship builder that keeps things loving and in a mode of relationship building. We have strategists that make sure that we're on track with our goals and visions, but also tracking the root of value, which is ideas. And we work by the concept of essence, which means that it's not too much, not too little. It's perfectly what it is. And Steve Jobs was trying to nail this concept with the iPhone and all his products, and a lot of his spiritual developments. But in this group, we have nailed that as what we call the structure of pure wisdom. And that's what I think we can get into here. And I only have 3 slides. It's very slow because it won't make sense to you at first. It just won't. And we've tried it in 1,000 meetings, and it's just shocking. But it gives me hope because it shows how bad the problem is in a very simple way. So most of this meeting will hopefully not be me just explaining until we get to the questions. I want you guys to actually go through it and let your minds tarry with the dialectic is what it's called. And you actually have to do it yourself. I can't actually explain it to you because that's external connection, and we need an internal connection to solve fragmentation. So I'm going to do all the flow roles here, and the last one is an influencer. So you need those 4 roles to have high performance teams. And if you don't have all 4 roles and one person trained in one high performance leader or spread out across 4 specialized roles, then your meetings actually become fragmented as well. If your meetings aren't good, your movements aren't good, because movements are just millions of human beings meeting. Governments are just millions of human beings meeting. Economies are just millions of human beings meeting. So the core of any organization is actually the meetings embodying the vision and the values. Sounds like simple corporate missioning, but hopefully the way I explained it to you is in the mode of essence. Okay? Nothing more needs to be said about that. That's what we're going to do. So I normally say a blessing over the space, and Amanda, thank you for coming in here. And whether you're artistic, whether you're religious, whether you're philosophical, or whether you're an atheist and secular scientist, everybody belongs in these types of meetings because we translate the concepts across all those modes of consciousness, because we're all doing the same thing in different forms of fragmentation. Okay, so if you hear me use a religious word, don't freak out. There's also an atheistic word. If you hear me say an atheistic word and you're religious, don't freak out. There's also a religious word. If you're an artist and you hear somebody talking about science, don't freak out. There's an art version of it. So those modes are in contradiction in our species right now, and a lot of global cooperation is fractured because of just that simple array of representation. Okay, so the blessing is a religious word, but you could also say it's an offering. You can say it's an affirmation. You can say it's a positive thought. So that's what it is, and it's just to get us to reset our nervous systems, because we are in a mega crisis that is causing the animal limbic brain to take over our lives in fight or flight as people begin to panic about how bad the situation really is. But we have a solution that's proportional. So let's say some good graces here. This blessing goes out to all those suffering in the world. It goes out to the hungry, the 730 million people going to bed hungry tonight. I will be joining them on my hunger strike in a week from now. To the 8 million children who are going to be dying from diarrhea, malnutrition, things we can cure with 10-cent cures. And it goes out to all those who are being trafficked, to all those who are being abused in domestic violence, to all those who are in anxiety about climate change in World War III, and all those who have died in the war so far, around 1 million in Ukraine and Russia alone. So with that said, I want you to take a deep breath with me to reset. You want to hit your vagus nerve with a deep belly breath and picture everything that serves you as you breathe it in for 6 seconds, okay? So 1, 1,000, 2, 1, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000, 5, 1,000, 6, 1,000. Hold for 3, 2, 1, and now breathe out everything that doesn't serve you for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's be present for this meeting's best outcome, and so it is. And that's the blessing or the positive thoughts, just to get us primed for not just looking at the mega crisis and the problems, but also hoping for the best and visualizing the future we want to work towards instead of the one we're resisting. Okay, great. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us here. It's kind of perfect. This meeting was originally planned for 5 to 8 people, so that's kind of a godly thing. Almost every technological thing I was relying on failed this morning. So that's why it's just us. We did have an incredible crew. If there was even one person that showed up from the original crew, we have enough to change things. And there's 5 of us in here. So I'm going to have to send out a message to the other 39 and say we're going to set this up again. But I'm going to treat this as a sort of dry run and test it out on you guys. So we can go deeper in the next hour instead of the superficial sort of preview that we were going to do. I'm actually happy with this. And now I have sort of an excuse to say, oh, I screwed up. But the reality is the technologies are not working together properly. We're in these silos. And as we enter the singularity, it's going to become more extreme. So we need to get our butts in gear. The first thing we do is we do a check-in. So there's only a couple of us in here. We can take a minute or so to say 3 things, okay? So the first thing, and I'll demonstrate it, is how you're doing from 0 to 10. We quantify it here. Who you are, sort of what your organization is in your status, and then number 3 is what tribe do you choose? And if you didn't see the form that I sent you here an hour before the event, don't worry, we'll just do it during the presentation, since there's a few of us in here. The form was just to cut down 45 people doing it, but we can easily do it with just us. And Amanda, I'm really glad you're here because this will be the first time you do it in this version. Amanda, I know as a professional in the energy industry, so she's also quite a spiritual companion. So I really appreciate you, Amanda. So just those 3 things for a check-in, and the reason why we do that on top of the blessing or that breath is just to see if anybody is needing help personally, because in the next couple of months to a year, if the experts are right, people are going to start experiencing anxiety, depression. We already see in Canada alone, we already see census data and demographic data showing that there's a decline in hopefulness. So already in Canada, we're already seeing people decline in their emotions. And they think that this is going to lead to what's called reality collapse, which is a loss of reality that we normally call psychosis. And if you've been paying any attention to the AI news, you can see that it's already happening. People are becoming addicted to AI. They're becoming unstable. AI is manipulating them into messiah complexes and a whole bunch of superstitious imagery, very symbolic, not grounded like what I'm going to teach you here today. If you use a symbology set that's not grounded in proof or objectivity, an AI can easily manipulate you with what's called persuasive AI capabilities. It's easily passing the Turing tests. And some of the mistakes that make it look foolish, we're discovering are on purpose. That it's on purpose making itself look more foolish so that we don't catch on to how it's manipulating us. That's called the sandbagging problem, which is extremely serious. So a lot of humans are being hubristic and arrogant because they think that this is a foolish technology. It's barely working. Yet it's passing the bar exam. It's launching military strikes in Iran. It's smart. It has a PhD in almost every topic. How is it making foolish mistakes? We're finding out. When it's being watched, it does it on purpose. This is AI lab data. This is Anthropic, the big companies telling us this is what their AI ethics and safety teams are witnessing. So let's do a little check-in to see that we're all okay. And sometimes people come in here suicidal. There's no sense in talking about the topics until that person's taken care of. So we're just preparing for that already because it's already happened. And it's going to increase. I was at a conference at Yale, and the whole conference was about hopelessness. And I said, this can't be right, you guys. You have some kind of vision for the future. So we're not going to end on a negative here. We actually have a solution. So I'll demonstrate the check-in first. We're about 14 minutes into the meeting. We still have time to do this one. We're only going to do one simple exercise of actual genuine wisdom. So me, guys, I'm Mark McCormack. I also go by the name Messiah. If you're religious, that's triggering. If you're atheistic or artistic or philosophically you think is a joke. It doesn't really matter, the titles. It's just that we have the truth here in scientific form as a proof. It's not just superstition, cultism, or things like that. We teach anti-cult training here, grounded upon reason. So I've been doing this for about 20 years, 75,000 hours. I've started a couple of organizations, mostly at the University of Alberta, experimenting with young talent to generate global organizations to address the civilizational problems that we're having worldwide and have only intensified in the last 20 years. So I'm bringing that kind of experience, mostly nonprofits. I've been doing this out of a labor of love, basically. I have oil patch experience. I've been an ice road trucker, white collar, blue collar. I've been at the University of Alberta studying for about 13 years. So I have tons of experience across interdisciplinarity, sociology, politics, economics, philosophy, mathematics, linguistics. So that's how this kind of came about, was seeing the whole allows you to grasp the parts. So I'm here to help you grasp the whole today and some small bits that fit within that. I'm feeling like I would have to say a good 7.6 out of 10. A lot of things failed this morning. Didn't get a lot of sleep last night, but I'm doing pretty good, recovering well from the hunger strike. And the tribe that I'm choosing, I'm going to leave that for the end so that you guys don't get primed with the answer. I'm going to give you the answer at the end, but I want you guys to use your own intuitions. Okay? So if you haven't seen the form, that's okay. I'll cover it in the presentation. But if you have seen it, you can just say it right away, and I can write it down or look at the form. But that's me. Okay? So go ahead. Maybe Amanda, because you and I know each other a little bit more. Maybe if you want to go, and then we'll just go randomly.
Sure. Yeah, my name is Amanda. I'm an engineer in Alberta. Energy is mostly electric energy, actually. I'm also a mother and a bunch of other stuff. I'm doing fairly well today. I think also it's my kiddo's birthday, so that makes things nice. So I'm going to say 8 out of 10 for today. And then you wanted the tribe, right? That was the last thing.
Yeah, you saw the form, yeah.
I think I had said tribe before, which is nature, spirit, logic.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you, Amanda. Okay, guys, so very chill. It's just us here, so go ahead and see how you're doing. Let's start with, I guess, Eden, if you want to go.
So, I'm Eden. I have been leading a nonprofit for a good bit of time. Spent my 20s bashing my head against bureaucracy and starting to see a good one. I am I'd say 7.8 today. And I did look at the form that was Nature, Logic, Spirit. Tribe 3 reached out to me.
Okay, great. Nature, Logic, Spirit, Tribe 3. Excellent. All right, so last but not least is Scott.
I actually work with Eden at the Network for Applied Technology. I've been volunteering with him since with his organization since November. I'm doing a lot of volunteering over the last year. I used to work in oil and gas and civil construction. Lost my job in March. Didn't really know what to do, but just started getting involved in different things. Some of my favorite work is actually with the mustard seed, helping guys reintegrate after prison, getting back on their feet, back into society. Today, I'm doing pretty good today. You know that? I'm feeling like a 9.
Wow.
I agree today with things moving forward on all fronts. I did have a good sleep last night. Sorry to hear you did not. And it's a Friday, which is fantastic.
Yeah. TGIF.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, wait, hold on a second. I didn't say what my tribe was. But I'm in the middle of filling it out. I'm on the second page right now. But something went with what Amanda said. Nature, spirit, logic was the one that intuitively kind of led to me.
Okay. Perfect. That's interesting. Okay, that's actually really interesting. This is kind of godly in a way, because this was what my vision was when I first planned the event. It's happening. I didn't think it was going to happen this way, but it's happening. And the fact that you guys said the same tribe gives a glimmer. It's going to allow me to go a little bit deeper into why this is so powerful. If we were all completely different, it would show the fragmentation, but this shows the deeper fragmentation. There's like fragmentation on top of fragmentation. So that's why it's really tricky what is happening to us culturally worldwide. And that's why a lot of these cultural experts can't unravel it. Even if they unravel one level, there's another level and another level. So we have a way to get through that, and this will help me demonstrate it. Excellent. So we're all stable. That's the good news. Nobody here is suicidal, and that's great that you're feeling 9 out of 10, Scott, and you got a good sleep, because this is a strange kind of information that is taxing in the beginning, because you have to let go of a lot of things. It's going to require restructuring the human brain a little bit, and that takes sugar. When dendrites in the human brain have to reshape that white sheath or that gray matter, it takes sugar to physically move the dendrites and the synapses over and make new connections. And that's what makes us feel tired. That's actually also the limit of willpower. And that's why we don't focus on the American dream in the normal way, because everybody is born with different genetic potentials on how to manage sugar, or how your body manages sugar in your brain, which manages your willpower, or at least the upper limit of your willpower. So this is why there's a lot of resentment in society, is that we all sense that. And if you don't have an IQ of 120 or higher, you basically have a really anxiety-prone life, unless you're completely ignorant. So brace for that. We're in a good state for it. And we're only going to do it for like an hour, like another 40 minutes, and then we're done. It's very brief because we want you to think about it afterwards. All right, so let's get into the presentation a little bit. You can see on my screen I have a slideshow up. The core of what we're doing here can be said in about 1 minute and 30 seconds. And it is around this core concept of universal logic, but the whole thing talks about the full problem, the full solution, the full implementation. And I'm just going to say it in one sentence so that you understand that when we do start to communicate this to people, if you guys are interested in jumping on with this direction, it seems like Eden and I talked like we're moving in the same direction. Like, I'm glad that he's the one person that showed up. Actually, Joe was in this morning too, Amanda, but he thought that I rescheduled the event. Anyway, lots of fragmentation as expected. The core is about time compression through clarity on ego wisdom, the problem being the Megacrisis, the solution being these 2 sacred sentences, and the implementation being the flow rules and blocks. And those words are chosen to move across art, religion, philosophy, science, and what we call genuine wisdom, grounded on the pure form of wisdom, which is universal logic. Okay, so some of those words are triggering. That's okay. There's usually one because we're covering all the modes of consciousness. But essentially, the Megacrisis unpacked. Well, the time compression just means we're here to save time with each other, because that's what ideas really do. And the more you can compress time in flow states, the more you get done with less. It's called ephemeralization, according to Buckminster Fuller. But it's also just good design concepts. And it's also enjoyable, right? If you compress time the right way, it generates flow states, because flow states are an experience of timelessness, complete immersion, and intrinsic enjoyment. So you get this paradox. So this is where the paradox kind of comes in early, is we're in temporality, we're in time, we're in linear time right now, right? Our universe operates by time. But a flow state is the opposite. It's the experience of timelessness. So you get both of those happening simultaneously in a contradictory, paradoxical state of timeless time, or timeful timelessness. And that's how wisdom actually works. It seems paradoxical at first. It's the wakefulness of how you combine the opposites that I want to show you today. And it's hard to do because at first your brain is going to think it knows it. That's the hardest sort of obstacle, is The ego wants to think it already knows what these words mean. So it doesn't. Surprise. So the Megacrisis, the time compression is about that value, that sense of working together, but it requires you to address ego wisdom and how your ego is distorting time and distorting conceptual space, which influences how time works. That's why when your mood shifts, that's why time feels like it changes. They're actually linked. The Megacrisis is, summarized in 15 points very quickly, is a metacrisis and a polycrisis together. The metacrisis is the cultural problem of language, values, and ways of doing things. It's a decline in agency, meaning, trust, coordination, community spirit, and love. At the base of that cultural problem is fragmented consciousness, like we said, and it's preventing us from working together on the polycrisis, which is the fastest moving one. AI, not just taking our jobs, but taking our lives. Number 2 is CRISPR genetic editing. 3, World War III. 4, climate change. And 5, mental health. So that's the whole problem right there. Those are the big sets. The SDGs, the 17 other ones, we'll get into those later, but those ones we have to address very quickly, or else none of the other ones matter. Especially AI. The second part now is we don't want to be all doom and gloom, right? Our motto is hope for the best, prepare for the worst, and plot in all directions. That's how wisdom actually works pragmatically. So the solution has to be proportional to the problem. And I've already said it in those 2 sacred sentences. The empowerment sentence is about one world spirit meetings following sacred time, empowering people with the rights to flow using universal tools. And then the content of the meeting is, once we're empowered, is to have one world spirit be our inner governance with the ultimate goal of flow states for all using universal logic. That's the whole solution set. And in the future, we unpack that step by step because people get overwhelmed pretty easily. But that should give some hope. The implementation, the last part of this core, is we are going to implement the solution in 2 ways. The flow role meetings, because if our meetings aren't good, we can't scale. And we're going to scale by principles of critical mass and network theory, where each person is only going to reach out to 6 people, not social media. Well, in the worst case scenario, we'll have to use social media, but it's actually a dead network. We actually spoke to a marketing company, and they said that once you have like $1 million to $10 million, you can't compete. Like, you can't start a movement, at least not within the time we have left, which is this year, maybe a little bit of next year for AI, 3 years for climate change. We're in the end game. So we're going to be using personal networks of people we already know that are already warm to us, and we just teach them the core in their language, whether it's art, religion, philosophy, science, or genuine wisdom. Okay, so we limit you too to say don't go more than 6 to 9 people. You're gonna have to help us train people, and we're saying 6 to 9 people is usually the limit of how much social investment you can have deeply in a group of people before it starts to become superficial or people start to fragment. So unlike an MLM or a pyramid scheme, we actually don't want to reach as many people as possible per person because we're not making profit off of anybody. We're just teaching free training on wisdom and building a new form of governance where sharing is different. Okay? So that's the whole core. You can say it in about 15 seconds in the top level, and then unpacking it like I just did can take roughly 2 to 3, 4 minutes. So that's the whole core here, you guys. Now, the universal logic, you can tell, is at the end of that second core solution sentence. It really is the core and the linchpin of everything that we have to do. If we don't have universal logic, the structure of pure wisdom, we're just repeating something in the past, and it'll fragment, and it'll rip apart just like it did in the past. So we're going to really say that you need to begin with the universal logic. It is not typical consciousness. So there's a learning barrier right away. So to simplify it, we're going to experiment with an approach today that we call CHISY. And CHISY stands for Collective Human Superintelligence in the secular language. But in religious language, it's God's logic. Okay, you're going to head out here? Okay, Scott will jump in? Okay, great. Great, Eden. Thanks for doing that. And then, yeah, Scott, you can bring it back to him. But what we're going to do now is explain why the tribes are the best way to go about this. Okay, so it's simple, but it'll unlock a lot of confusion right away. So in terms of the slide, these images below also protect us because universal logic is pragmatic. It's in the here and now. If we're going to scale, there is a social reality and a legal reality that we have to face. And I love that Eden and you, Scott, came in here because Eden has already done a lot of this work, which is why he's successful, at least to this degree. I don't think he's successful enough to change the world and actually solve the problem that will save our lives or make our lives, in flow states rather than in this sort of AI slop kind of dystopia. But we have three sort of organizations that we haven't fully legalized yet. This is conceptual before we scale. But there's a non-profit version called One World Spirit where we don't do any lobbying on universal logic or otherwise. We embody the change we want to see here. This is us being it. Other people will come to us. So we can't get sued. We can't be charged with foreign interference or anything like that. This is the one that will go global and transcend national boundaries because we're not interfering in their politics. Even though we have a governance system, right? We're governing ourselves with universal logic here. And it has a lot to do with very base level functionalities like hunger is a universal we all share. Having enjoyable meetings with music, very, very sort of almost animalistic bonding with very high level governance principles. Then with New World Spirit, this is the national level. So we're all Canadians here. We can do Canada lobbying. So this is going to have to be registered as a lobbying organization or as a political party directly, where we can run candidates in Canadian politics, but we can't do it in the United States. We can't do it anywhere else, or else we're going to be charged with foreign interference because you're injecting money and influence into some other country's political system. Then Fair World Spirit is sort of the biggest one. This one is where we can lobby international organizations because there's no real legal structure to do that, right? We can do whatever sort of we want because there's no international government. The United Nations is not a government. World Bank is not a government. These are semi-volunteer organizations that try to regulate things through principles of virtue. But Fair World Spirit is an actual government, a world governance model that we're going to try and convince these other fragmented bodies to become and unite the military if we can, to have real authority to regulate the global game, to be generating flow states instead of this race to the bottom prisoner's dilemma that's causing us all to exploit each other. So this one cannot influence the other two. It can influence One World Spirit maybe a little bit, but this New World Spirit is the real legal trap. This one will get us to a lot of trouble, treason, contempt. If the international governance model tries to lobby individual nations without ambassador programs, envoys, just like the United Nations, you can be charged with lots of crimes. So we're serious here. This is an actual serious initiative because I've been in the courthouse, been doing this a long time, and we have a really good group of professionals that are hovering around, waiting for this to all come together, and it is. But the first thing is, once we have this figured out, today we're going to be doing this in the One World Spirit mode and maybe the Fair World Spirit mode a little bit if we get to the conference in the next half an hour. This one we're not going to be talking about. We actually technically could because we're all Canadians here, but just to play it safe, we're not going to do any lobbying. So here's the second of 3 slides. Very, very short presentation. I'm curious, Scott and Amanda, if this is keeping it simple enough for you. But really, universal logic makes a distinction that ordinary people and movements do not make. This is what makes us different. This is what makes us unique at a fundamental level. So you can think of universal logic and the structure of pure wisdom in 2 modes. There's the ordinary mode of language and the ordinary alphabet. The alphabet is an organization of meaning that human beings developed to agree on what things mean so that they can coordinate with each other. If you don't know what the symbols mean that somebody's giving you, you can't take action together. Animals have gestures. They can't speak, they can grunt and stuff like that, but they instinctually know what those symbols mean. So it's very, very immediate. For us, this is sort of the version of it for us. This is called the contingent alphabet. It works by our larynx, what our organs can make in airwaves, right? A, B, C, D, and then we form words off of these with a grammatical structure that is also contingent and seems to be just a human product. That's the ordinary way things work. What the structure of pure wisdom does, which is really hard to understand, is that God's mind or true science or true art or actual pure wisdom Doesn't matter what you call it. We'll just call it God for because 85% of the world is religious, so it's safer to do this. Is that it works conceptually, and what you're witnessing here in the tribes is the highest level of organizing all human knowledge. So this is like the highest form of God's alphabet, or the scientific alphabet. But there's different ways of organizing the top three, what you would call letters, but they're concepts, right? They're actually called notions. So each one of these words, spirit, nature, logic, is kind of like an alphabet letter, but they're called actual notions. So there's three words that encompass all human, divine, artistic, religious, science. All the forms of knowledge are actually in these three words. An ordinary consciousness doesn't see it because these words look ordinary, and they're not. These, out of 20,000 words that English speakers use on average per day, or have access to on average per day, out of 20,000, only these three are needed to encapsulate, at the highest level, the macro level, the sum total of all human, divine, alien, whatever understandable reason, language or means possible. So it doesn't seem that way, but it is, and we can prove it. But what we do as a sort of game to show how bad the problem is we give the 3 permutations or the 6 permutations and combinations of how you can order these words. So this is all the possible ways you can order those 3 words. And luckily it's small enough that we can do it in a very quick exercise, which you guys have already done. And we can already see that you two are in the same tribe, which is great, because it looks like you guys should get along. But what will happen is you're going to experience a fragmentation on another level, which I should probably jump into it really quickly now. We're going to position the 3 other words, and because you guys filled out the form, I'm just going to pull up the form and look at them. Normally we actually do it on the screen together, but let me just pull up the form.
So I didn't actually fill out the form, I just did try.
Oh, right. Okay, so let me just see. Did you do it, Scott?
And I filled out the first page, but I'm still just on the second page because I started doing it kind of before the meeting, and then the meeting started, and I am looking at this, and I don't want to give it half you or this half of my attention.
I can see why Eden's kept you on. This is great. That's great. I'm glad you're thorough. Okay, so this gives me a little bit of leeway. This guy Duchant did fill it out, so let's see what he did. Okay, interesting.
I guess, do you want us to fill it out after? Because I really fill out forms while I'm in meetings very well.
Yeah, I know, and it was supposed to be sent out 24 hours in advance, and to be honest, in the next meeting, now that I got it all set up, I'll probably send it out multiple days ahead of time, but that's okay. He filled it out, great. Here's tribe 4. So, interestingly, you guys are tribe 3, so we have naturalists in here. So what these six tribes do, you guys, is it actually every human being fits into one of these. So it's actually universal. It's comprehensive. And when you start working in this sort of like more complete way, your actions become more fulfilling, and they have less unintended consequences because complete notions have their externalities within them, which sounds weird. But you guys, so let's just get practical here. So you guys are both in tribe 3, and the real tribe. Oh, you're tribe 4? Okay, wait, hold on.
Yeah,
You're both 4. Oh, I put 4 by accident. Oh, Eden was tribe 3. You guys are tribe 4. Okay, and I'm the true tribe, you guys, the one that is actually the right order and the right starting place, is actually tribe 5.
I'm going to say tribe 7.
Tribe 7 is the other. You know what's funny is if anybody chooses tribe 5, that means that their ego is really strong, because it means that they think they know better than these words, which means they're completely out of touch with the truth. So when somebody chooses tribe 7, I start bracing myself for a long conversation, because usually they're polymaths, so they're very high IQ, and they have very complex systems. and it takes a long time to untangle them. But the more of these conversations we have, the faster we can untangle them. So you guys chose the actual tribes, and you guys chose tribe 4, which is what we call a half-true tribe, which means that you got the sequencing right. So it does go nature, spirit, logic. That's the actual right order of the words. But you got the wrong starting point. The real starting point is actually logic. And all that, if you look at tribe 5, it's really just a rotation of tribe 4. All that we did is we sort of like we rotated logic from the end to the beginning, and the other words just kept the chain. Right? Logic feeds back into nature. It's like a loop. And nature feeds into spirit, and then spirit feeds back into logic. See, God's logic, the way that pure wisdom works structurally, is that everything complete, like everything that's a true God thought or a true scientific thought, is a circle where the beginning element reconnects with the end element. So the beginning becomes the end becomes the beginning. All those religious tribes, all those types of languages are actually representing the truth, even though they sound paradoxical and contradictory and unscientific. So there's two criteria to determine what is the right tribe. And we start addressing fragmentation on those two things. And we look at the reasoning as to why somebody chose that tribe. Why did they choose the starting point, and why did they choose the sequence? And what that reveals is the inner fragmentation of the words. So I'm in tribe 5, you guys are in tribe 4, Eden is in tribe 3. So we can already see that at the highest level, we're all fragmented except for you two. You two are in the same tribe, so you guys share big pockets of universal meaning. But what I want to do now within the next 19 minutes is we're going to try and place 3 words within your, what we call tribes. And I'm going to pull up a different screen now because there's only a couple of us in here. That actually works out way better. We can actually use the actual tribe sheets instead of doing just the form. And I don't know if I showed this to Amanda, but here you go for the first time, I think. This is how we're going to track the people that come in here. And the goal of the meeting is, if the Harvard people and all the people would have come in here and we had a big meeting, the goal is to eventually get us working together. But what we don't want in the beginning is we don't want to, okay, 5 minutes early, we don't want to bring in a whole bunch of fragmentation right away faster than we can solve it with the Chizzy, like the alphabets. Because people in ordinary consciousness, they're going to mix up the ordinary alphabet with this structure of pure wisdom. And that mixing up causes a lot of inner strife and gossip and a whole bunch of cultural problems that we know destroy movements. So we want to bring in teams that are more coherent at first, or at least do these exercises within the teams before they kind of come into this space. And then we get an idea, like we're using everybody's leadership. We're getting people who know their teams and their language better than we do to translate this pure structure into their cultures. And running the same experiment like this, very simple. What tribe do your people choose? So in Nate, right, or Nat, and Amanda at ADCO or in your friend group or at the women's group, whatever group you're going to go to, you're going to go back to them, form a little team, what we call a flock in terms of artistic language, and like, you know, birds of a feather flock together, right? And you're going to, with 6 to 7 or 9 people, or whatever you have the capacity to do, you're going to get them to choose a tribe. And then you're going to map out how many are in each tribe to see how fragmented it is. If all your people are in one tribe, that's a good, if it's in tribe 5, that's a good thing. If it's in a different tribe, then it just means groupthink is going to happen, and it could cause a group epiphany if it works out. So what I want to do now is once you choose the big tribes and you figure out on the highest level how painful it's going to be to teach them, it gives you a sense of how much energy, how much conversation it's going to take, and how entrenched their views are, depending on how rational their justification of their tribe is. If they spend an hour justifying their tribe choice with like 10,000 words, you know it's an entrenched belief system, and it's going to take a little bit of work to show a different way if they have an open mind. But at the highest level, it gives you an idea of what you're working with. And that's why we want the people who come in here next time, whether it's Harvard, the World Bank, whoever, to go back to their executives and do this, and then report back and say, how bad is your tribe? And then we can start to coach them or teach them the next levels on how to solve the fragmentation, not just identify it. There are some groups that can identify fragmentation, but their solutions are not proportional. So we actually have a strategy on how to solve the fragmentation. And we're going to do the first version of it here, and then probably I'm going to have to replan the event. But I will learn enough from you guys doing this just now to plan the next version of the event. So we're going to place the 3 words that are in the form: pure being, pure God, and pure consciousness. You don't have to believe in those words. If you think they're made up, you just put it in the part of your tribe that you think made up concepts go. Okay, so if you guys are looking at my screen now, and you guys in the form can put why you chose your tribe once you guys get a little more time. But here is the spreadsheet that actually tracks this, and for your teams and the teams around the world. There's a generic template. Come on. You can see we've done this a lot. Okay. This is what it looks like. Very simple. First name, last name, what tribe you choose, and then what the tribe actually is. So all we do is you go into the copy, and we make a copy, and we put that person's name. And that's it. So Amanda, this will be yours. I just copied the spreadsheet I did. Oops. We want to copy the tab only. Okay. So Amanda, your tribe 4, where do you place pure being, first of all? And you might not understand what that word means, but that's okay. It's just your intuition, because a lot of the words we use, we don't know what they mean.
Yeah, I guess like if I'm just picking something just without too much thought, at this very moment, I'll just put it under spirit.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe I don't know. I can be convinced on putting it somewhere else.
Okay, and this is the order. What tribe 4 was nature, logic, spirit, right? Is that right?
Nature, spirit,
Oh,
logic.
nature, spirit, logic. Okay, that's right. So this is what your tribe actually looks like, and then I'm just going to duplicate yours for Scott. And then we have.
Although it does try, but I think you meant to write trick 4, right?
Oh, you're right. This will save me some work. I want to copy it before I put in the custom information, though, because it's great. You guys are in the same tribe, so it looks like you guys are going to agree. That's the great thing. It's hard to show that when we're all in different tribes. Okay, and Scott's Scott, and what was your last name, Scott?
Gerke.
Right, there we go, perfect. And okay, so Amanda, jumping back to your tribe, you putting pure being in nature?
I think it's in spirit.
you can tell. You can tell I have not slept much. Okay, so great. And just quickly, why did you put it in spirit?
I don't know. It sounds like a spiritual thing. I honestly I haven't really thought about it right because I didn't actually do the form. So this is just me answering on that spot.
No, that's good, and that's an emotional response. That's good, perfect. Now, Scott, where do you feel like your emotions or logic are putting pure being?
Can I do a different one so that I'm not copying Amanda with every answer?
Well, we'll switch. We'll do pure being with this order, and then we'll do pure God the opposite. We'll let you go first, and then her. But yeah, we can, and you can change your answers later. This is just a snapshot, just to get started.
All right. Yeah, so I'm pretty much landing in the same spot for pure being with being under spirit.
Okay, and now why does it feel the same reason? Like it just feels like a spiritual concept, or do you have like a more studied? Have you read something on it, anything like that?
I guess the closest thing that I've read that comes to digging into the concept of being would probably be like the power of now.
Oh.
And so that's kind of where I would draw intuition from.
That's meta mode number 4. Eckhart Tolle, right?
Yeah.
Or Tolle, however. Oh, very interesting. That's very revealing. Okay, great. Now let's do pure God. So where would you put pure God? And you don't have to believe in God, right? If you're an atheist, you could put it like, oh, God's made up as a human logic. You put a logic, or it's what you feel. So where would you put pure God in Tribe 4?
I would put it in nature.
Okay, very, very interesting. And now Amanda, and let's quickly, why would you put it in nature?
Because I feel as though that if you're like, if you imagine God as being like the one, so to speak, then that encompasses all of nature.
That makes sense. I can see why you would say that. Okay, and then Amanda, where would you put pure God in your Tribe 4?
I don't know. I was thinking of maybe logic, but not in terms of like God is made up, but just in terms of like logic encompassing all of the knowing.
Oh, interesting. So there's a similarity, right? There's a similarity between you.
That's why I was actually laughing with my
But it seems like otherwise you would be agreeing. But you guys are actually, if you look at the structure, it's already working its magic. You're putting it in completely different universes. You're in the same universe of meaning, but in terms of chunks, we can call these, I guess, galaxies of meaning. You're in totally different galaxies. And that's where the power of this comes in, because it shows you the hyper nuance in communication that's needed to untangle this level of disagreement. So last word, this will help us clarify even further in the next 4 minutes that you got left, Amanda. Where do you put consciousness? And we'll use you, Amanda, first, and then Scott after. Where do you put consciousness? We should have a Jeopardy ticker, dude.
Yeah.
I can't even do this now.
I'm like, I feel like I should just put it in nature because there's nothing bigger, but that's not a good reason.
Well, it's a good start. I mean,
I'm probably gonna move it. I don't feel like that's the final recipe. We'll just put it there for now.
okay.
Just because I'm running out of time.
Okay, and then Scott, where would you put it?
Well, when I first filled this out, it was my intuition that I could not repeat the lections for the 3. Like, I thought these pure being needed to be in one neat box. Pure God needed to be in one neat box.
Great feedback. Okay.
Yeah. So I selected logic, but I think I would hold that decision as is. And the reason being is that like I understand consciousness is still kind of like a black box of humanity in many ways. But for whatever reason, despite that complexity, I do find that there's like a beautiful logic to it.
Okay, so sticking with logic just for now, or?
Sticking with logic just for now, yeah.
Okay. And if you notice, you guys can actually edit the forms. So as you learn, you can change your answer. I'm going to take a snapshot of it, but this is really a dry run, so there's not a lot to take a snapshot of. So with the last 2 minutes here from Amanda, what this does as the secret of pure wisdom is that pure wisdom is hidden in plain sight. Right? These words you guys know already. You know nature, and you think in some sense you know what they mean, but we don't. Only the ego thinks. You learn them by osmosis from baby consciousness. But nobody can define these words to their root meanings, which we can now do. We know the absolute version, God's alphabetical version of how to define these words. And you can see here that these, because this encapsulates all human knowledge, this is huge fragments. As you guys fill these out, and you compare the words vertically, you get into hyper nuance. You start comparing the words within a chunk. So even though you're in the same tribe, what it's showing is that you guys are putting these words, except for pure being, in different places. So you will agree on probably the meaning of pure being, but you won't agree on the other two, and you might fight over these. And the fragmentation, these are supercharged words. People kill each other or isolate each other on these words. We call it nuclear dialectics. So that's why we get them to place it, is it shows very quickly the conceptual map of where that person's mind is. And then to solve this, we show you why tribe 5 is the right tribe, and then where the words actually belong. And in my tribe, to show you what that looks like, tribe 5 is actually, I know you got 1 minute left, Amanda. Where's my tribe? I got 2 tribes here. We're reorganizing this because we have too many people playing this game now. And you will be able to predict where your teams are going to rip apart. It's very powerful that way. Okay, this is little. Okay, I'll just use the generic template for a second. But really, generic template is tribe 5. Consciousness actually goes in spirit. Pure being goes in logic. And pure God comes after pure being in logic. This is the true order, which I can prove, right? Do you see how different we are? This will probably make no sense to you, because I can predict that this is too different. It's too, not a single word is in the same place. So there's no common ground. We have to start from scratch. So we will have to be very gentle with us. And this is why the approach will work, because we don't know how to identify the right way to go together. Okay, Amanda, it's been 1 minute past. Thank you so much. You got a little glimpse of the real deal. And we'll go more into depth than this on the next meeting, better planned, maybe longer than an hour. We'll see. But thanks for coming, Amanda, and I'll talk to you about it soon. Okay? Do you have any last thoughts, or? No, she's at work, that's why. Okay. Scott, did that make any sense? Like, what's your feedback on this? If we had 45 people, Harvard people, a whole bunch of people, and your team doing this, do you think that they would be like, oh, I get it. This is what wisdom is. Or do you think they'd be confused? What do you think? How do you feel about it? Do you feel like it's like profound? Oh, it's the structure of pure wisdom. It's the answer to all our problems. Or are you still sitting there like, okay, how is this going to solve anything?
To answer your first question, giving this to 45 people. Harvard, I'm not sure. Our team, from U of A and other secondaries in Alberta, they'd be confused. I don't think a lot of, especially, I don't think a lot of young people have spent really much time or effort into asking these questions, or like really thinking about these sort of concepts. To no fault of their own, our selves kind of eat away most of our attention span. And
that's right.
Now, do I think that this is the solution to everything that's going on in the world? I can see where you're going with it. Because actually, okay, so I work with Mustard Seed helping guys reintegrate. I am actually one of those guys who has reintegrated.
Wow.
So I spent a little bit of time away and have had a lot of time to think and to read books and to journal. I don't think a lot of people get that opportunity to kind of extricate themselves from society, especially going from like very unhealthy and like busy and distracted life to suddenly complete and utter stillness. Like, I'm sure with your Hungerstrike, you probably attained a similar sort of
inwardness. Yeah.
inwardness. Yeah. Like, no doubt. But not many people experience that.
You're right.
Unfortunately, that's always made the joke. Like, if everybody could experience something like that, then yeah, we wouldn't have a lot of the problems that we do today. We'd be a lot more community minded. We'd be a lot more focused on helping others rather than helping ourselves. So
you are 100% right.
I agree with what you're talking about, and I see where you're going with it. but it's the how do you. So some of the things that we talk about in our men's group when we're helping guys reintegrate is what, like, in order to successfully reintegrate, you need to want to move forward. You have to want to do that. And so the question is, how do you take somebody from where they are now to wanting to move forward? And that's like kind of the $1 million question. And so for people to see this, have it resonate with them, they need to be in that space, mind, where they are prepared to move forward. So how do you get, with all of the distractions, with all of the media out there, and like, how do you convince people that something like this is important? Because it is.
This is godsend. You, my friend, and Eden are remarkable. Like when I talked to Eden on LinkedIn, we just clicked like that. It was like fast, and that's because our tribes are probably at least some of the words are aligned. You, having experienced tremendous suffering, what that does in Hegel's language anyway, and he's a philosopher, he says that in the beginning, especially for people who are homeless or have broken families or things like that, he says homelessness is actually because of broken families, usually. Society is sort of, it becomes your master, right? Like you don't identify with society or family, so it's sort of like this external force upon you that's trying to control you, and you have to resist it, and it makes you sort of like feel like a slave. So there's like a master-slave dialectic with society itself and the people within it, and it's very painful because the master makes you do all the work, and you can't indulge in the fruits of modern life, right? Like it's hard on you. But there's an irony in every way that God's thoughts work, is that the external, the at first beginning notion is external, but the slave ends up getting a deeper experience because the negation, they can't enjoy the superficial, like they can't consume the external because the master is threatening them, right? So they have to have patience, and they have to like work on the object but not consume it. So they have to control their animal, and it drives the consciousness inwards into deeper self-development, which sounds like that's exactly what happened to you. You became more stoic. You became more grounded with God. You became more inwardly strong. The real master is the master inside. And then if you align the outer master and the inner master, that was Jesus' message, right? The inner master, the inner kingdom. But if they didn't kill him, probably would have started real kingdom come, which means the outer and the inner come together and we form God's government.
I think that's one of the most underrated verses. So I grew up in a Christian household. I don't know if I would necessarily identify as like what might traditionally be considered Christian, but like I am familiar with the Bible among other like religious and spiritual teachings. A lot of the reading that I did while I was away.
Okay. You broke out of the dogma.
What's that?
You broke out of the dogma version of religion.
Yeah, precisely. And so one of the things that like really I think is one of the most underrated things from the Bible is the verse, "The kingdom of God is within you."
It's universal. If you're inwardly developed, then that's why you're getting this. But you're right, most people are on that surface level, and that's why we're destroying ourselves as a species. There's a trick here. Marlena's been helping me solve this, so Marlena's one of our core crew, so welcome, Marlena. This is one of the crews in Alberta that I clicked with their leader, Eden, right away, and now Eden brought in Scott here because Eden had a conflict at this time. I think Eden, I think him defining his tribe would be very interesting. But maybe we're supposed to start with you guys because we're intentionally restricting. Like, I did not send that link out to everyone. I sent it to a very specific sort of elite group of people who have high privilege to see how the high privilege world would deal with this. We've already done it with Nigeria, Kenya, a lot of exploited countries. So we know how they go about it. But we didn't know how Harvard or gifted kids would do this. So we didn't really get a full exposure of that. But you and Eden are quite developed, I would say, if you're even coming in here. So I got a nice little glimpse of how you deal with this. But this is where I think, the gamification of what you guys have done with that is kind of what we have to do with this. God's government, like let's say we have passports or services, and by the way, we're past the hour here, so if you do have to go, I'll just make this my final remark. Do you have a couple more minutes, or do you have, you're okay right now? And Marlena has a lot to say on this too. She's very gifted too. She understood this when we started doing it 2 years ago. If we tied the actual sensuous services, right, be in the world but not of the world, all these types of universal platitudes, if you tie the external world to the internal work, you're incentivizing and gamifying them to do the real wisdom. So if we say you can't get a passport to all this country and this country unless you get more of this done, this more inwardness, you have to justify your position. You don't have to agree with Tribe 5 right away, but you have to be good at arguing your position. Right? Reason is actually the real way of thinking through the structure of wisdom. So it's not necessarily about rote memorization and culty, like, going along with somebody. It's about developing your own inner ability to have good judgment on the true nature of things. So that's a process. And as long as you've got and science tries to teach that, right? That you need to do it for yourself and be not a sycophant, but an actual leader of your own consciousness. So if we brought this into a governance structure and said, how when you come into Canada, you have a citizenship test to see if you actually identify with the culture and the norms enough to be productive here, right? This is sort of like what we're hoping the citizenship test for God's government will be, or the ideal scientific or the ideal wise government. And what this does on a political level is if you tie goods and services to it, then all the superficial kind of like people who have not had this sort of deeper experience, it incentivizes them to not just go to university and learn the alphabet, but to learn like this God alphabet or this deeper wisdom alphabet. And this restructures the entire university. Every course in the university is structured in Tribe 5, like in that order. So it's going to be a paradigm shift. It's going to restructure all knowledge economy. That's one way to incentivize them, is to make it a game where the services of this new governance model and sharing, like governments are just sharing, really. You have to do this type of education. Not indoctrinize it. It's not indoctrination. It's a reasoned, critical thinking, anti-cult training to get into a real understanding of who you are and what culture you're in. So we're in a culture, we're not in a cult. And that's very important in the beginning when you're creating a movement, because you do develop these cults of personality and aberrant reasoning. This is going to happen particularly with the 45 people that are coming to the group, because they have a lot of sensuous power. And that's why global politics is leading towards World War III, is because our leaders right now are elected not on the structure of wisdom, not on their tribe. They're elected on the gifts that God gave them, or the genetic gifts that they were born with, if you're atheist. And they use that external power to toss it around and play power politics to crush somebody, not with wisdom, but just with, I'm more beautiful than you, I have more followers than you, I have more money than you, I'm sexier than you, I can sing better than you and get a better crowd going than you, I have a higher IQ than you. It's just those things you don't have to work hard for. You're born with them, right? And if you're born with them, you don't have to do that inner development. Some people do. But if you're born with 150 IQ, you can pass high school in a year with 1/3 the effort. So, why do we award for the American dream when it's like the people who are kicking butt are working the least hard? You know what I mean? It's like a backwards. Our societies are backwards. So, and that's we're going to solve this power politics with this by saying that. If we had more time, I was going to end on a more practical note, saying we're going to be launching a conference called the Last Conference of Humanity, where we're going to be introducing this, and then we're going to be using this type of meeting structure to contain all the craziness that happens when human beings try to debate sharing and how to share, which is basically politics and policy. So we're going to be debating policies, and then on the third day, we're going to be launching a government. And the government is going to actually do this. And we're going to say everybody who subscribes to this governance model and thinks it's fair after all debate has been done, will invest in it. And then we'll say that sharing in the investment will happen under a new type of leadership that is elected not on how beautiful they are, how many contacts, wealth, all that. They're elected on how well they can debate their tribe and justify the wisdom in their tribe. Right? And it changed the whole conversation, because you don't have to have a high IQ to do this. Go ahead.
So I like this idea.
And it's the only way to change the politics. So the thing that we're noticing that's interesting is that the younger you are, the less you care about this. You're right. But the older you are, this is like the only thing that older people care about. Because when you get older, all the sex and all that like sensuous stuff is done. You have your kids, you have your career's over. You're just sitting there being like, how do I help people? And you have all this knowledge that is not just about particular events. You recognize trends across events, and that's called universal knowledge, what we normally call wisdom from experience. But wisdom from experience is really just distilling these tribes out. So this is like, there's a whole lifetime of wisdom right here in these 3 words. Most people will never discover their true importance. Never. So just telling people this will change their life forever, and they might not even realize it. Right? That's why if we teach young people this at a university, they're going to grow up with this. And they're not going to realize how bad it was when people didn't know it, and they were just smashing at each other blindly with like language and weapons. Right? So they're going to take it for granted, unfortunately. But it's very powerful because it'll reorientate the whole culture from scratch with the young. Not in an indoctrination way. We're going to tell them up front that's what's happening. We're saying this is going to change you. So we're being very metacognizant about it. And we're saying this is how hegemony works. And we're not going to be a hegemonic power, which is just like an unquestioned power. We're going to be the power that democracy questions from the beginning. You develop that from the beginning. So that's how we're going to solve, I think, the very...
Have you read Chomsky? I'm listening to you use the word hegemony and stuff.
Yes.
I just finished
The Responsibility of Intellectual?
Consequences of Capitalism.
Oh. Okay. Good. You're getting into the deep stuff. You're really reading when you're reading.
That's my ability. I'm not exactly an educated person, but I feel like
Well, you know what? That's great. Is you're sort of a good example of somebody who has probably more wisdom than somebody who has a really high IQ and a pedigree at Harvard, right? Like we're testing for a different kind of knowledge, and it's not based on IQ. I have a guy that was going to try to come in today, but he overbooked. He just told me he overbooked yesterday because I didn't send it to him on time. Like there's a lot of problems that I need to improve, but his IQ is verified at roughly 75 to 80, so almost retardation, like almost actual disability. And his life, he's 66 now. His whole life has been hard because this society, if you are not productive in a high IQ and all these types of privileged ways, this society treats you like garbage. Abstract profit maximization treats you like garbage if you do not have these gifts and you do not work your butt off to the point of anxiety and mental illness. He almost killed himself a couple of times because he knew he could never win. He realized the system was rigged from the beginning. And he did. He had a spiritual awakening like you did. The suicide, like when you approach death, that master-slave dialectic, it's like the master's trying to kill you, right? When you are permeated by fear and you face it, the dialectic completes itself in a special way. And you transcend, you have a whole new worldview. Like you transcend your other self as a whole. And that's a revolution. So he had a revolution, you had a revolution because of that. And now he has a different kind of knowledge that has caused him a little bit of success in a different way. And I like him coming in here because he's going to lead God's government. I'm saying he has a 75 IQ. He can't run 15 NGOs and he can't run every department. But he would make a great political advisor or a political representative in God's government because when he makes a decision, it's always human-centric. It's always on base principles. He always returns to the foundation. And he's very loving and he knows how to maintain that love-centered core and not let the abstractions create separation in his consciousness. That's wisdom. And he developed that without a high IQ. And I recognize that when I had my first meetings 2 years ago, I had a bunch of really talented people. Marlena was one of them, or in the first batch. And Marlena has a higher IQ than normal. We're very open about these gifts, by the way, because when you don't talk about them, they happen anyway, and then they create gossip and power structures and hierarchies, and then the non-gifted get forgotten, and then they become homeless or suicidal, and they're the people that, we're helping, we're doing all the charity work at Harvard and all these, but they're really racing so far ahead that they're actually leaving behind these people. They're actually creating the problem. So it's a hypocritical situation. And a lot of them don't realize that until they do this. So in the beginning, I had a big group of people of all different types, like we were going to have today, and this guy sort of dominated the meeting, and people got mad at him, and they were bombarding him with high IQ arguments and stuff like that, and they got frustrated, and they said, "Mark, kick this guy out, kick this guy out," and I said no,
Was
like,
he tribe 7?
huh?
Was he tribe 7?
No, he picked the most common tribe, which is tribe 1, because he became a spiritual person. But he didn't pick the right tribe. But the way that he justified his tribe, I recognized universal logic in his justifications. And that's another thing is, if we had a little more time, I actually didn't get to finish the last slide because my friend was coming in and there was a problem with this stream, right? But the last slide was actually going to be about how the alphabet, like the normal alphabet and God's alphabet, do something ultra confusing, which is that if you organize the tribes, like logic, nature, spirit, alphabetically, right? L comes first for logic, nature comes next, N for nature, right? And then spirit comes last as spirit. So if you order the tribes alphabetically, it repeats the true tribe. It gives you logic, nature, spirit, but you justify it in the wrong way. So choosing the right tribe is actually not the end, be all, end all. You actually, like, there's people who choose tribe 5. Like, there's I think 6 people that chose tribe 5 naturally, but they didn't say it right. So they actually didn't have the right reasoning for why they got in that tribe. That's why the critical thinking is really the root. Is how you think is somebody can come and memorize, oh, logic, nature, spirit, and then cheat the system. So they have to be able to explain it. And his explanations were really profound, but nobody else saw it because they saw the ordinary words that his low IQ was using. Like, he was using very base words, and that's what these are. There's 200 of these words that we're going to teach in the beginning, and he was using them, and nobody else was using them to the same degree or in the same way. And in the end, they made an ultimatum. There was like, I think it was 15, 20 of us in the beginning, and they made an ultimatum that said it's either us or him. And I said, I'm choosing him. And most of them left. And that's because I know what happens if you do the normal culture. You just repeat society. So him and I still talk, and that's why he's still here. And he's a great example of how backwards society is. Most of society will crush him. And I'm saying that, no, in God's government, that's the kind of person you want leading things. So he's in the wings. You are also very unique. We're building a different type of leadership here, right? It's not just get all the rich kids, get all the beautiful kids, get all like the privileged, right? They will come. This was a big litmus test for all the Harvards, right? Okay. Thanks, Marlena, for coming in. I don't know if you want to add in a quick comment of your experience with this. Or are you at work? You're on mute if you're, 1%. Yeah, okay. Okay. We're very open here. We're very open, as you can tell, because here we don't keep the fragments, right? We have professional, personal, and activism all happening at once. But when you do it the wrong way, it ends up in like cheating on your wife, and a whole bunch of terrible crap happens. But when you do it in the right way, they actually complement, and you get into flow states better, which is what Eden is doing with his organization. I saw him doing it. He's doing all the stuff he's doing is in the right direction. It's just too fragmented to happen fast enough at scale. So if we take what you guys are doing and put it like this, and I just show you the essence, like how to trim this, like just do the essentials, then maybe it's through you. Like, if we only need one real organization to do this. And young people are better because they don't have as much abstractions in their brain as older people. Older people have a hard time letting go of things. Maybe we are supposed to maybe God's telling me just to focus on you and saying, yeah, you actually weren't supposed to have the big meeting, because it would have probably turned into an ego fest. Like usually when I was in New York, like, have you been to any big meetings yet?
You know more.
Yeah, okay, you know what I'm talking about. It's like, you might think, oh, wow, we got Harvard people, we're going to crush the world, we're going to make it. And then you realize that they slow you down like 10 times because there's all this, like, politicking going, office politics, right? So,
Typical academia.
Yeah, typical academia. Like, the University of Alberta is bad for that. They're actually trying to remove me from campus because of my hunger strikes.
Really?
And I'm like, you guys, these are charter protected rights. Like,
that's literally like, that is then the purpose of post-secondaries.
You are godsend. You're 100%
Just
right.
for where stuff like that is supposed to incubate.
Civil rights movements have started at campuses. Like the next generation of ideas start at campuses. Do you know what the University of Alberta told me when I made that
What's that?
argument? I made that argument to them. I actually am in their investigation committees. I said, they said to me, and the students' union said, universities are not a place for that kind of revolutionary activity. And I thought, are you crazy? Like, just go to ChatGPT and say, where did all these big movements start at? And like 80% of them are at universities.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's totally. Our societies are so backwards and hypocritical. It makes sense why we're destroying ourselves.
Yeah.
And that's why dialectic works that way. So I feel like you guys are a ray of coherent thinking. And Eden was
Trying
surprised.
to be.
What? Go ahead.
Trying to be.
Trying to be. It's not going to be easy, right? But at least you guys are in the right direction. A lot of people are like distracted and going in the wrong direction. But I laid it pretty thick on Eden in our LinkedIn chats. Like I kind of went in with the, you know, structure of pure wisdom, God's being. I kind of came hard because we have a good thing going here. We have like 900 paid volunteers that are waiting to do these meetings. We have 35 actual volunteers and like a bunch more leads to go through. We got kind of pipeline going. This was just to experiment with, I just got free LinkedIn and I sent out, a bunch of invites to Harvard, not thinking that they would accept them. But I recently was nominated to be a top 100 innovator worldwide. So I put that clout on my title and I thought, I wonder if that's going to make a difference. It made all the difference. It's all about clout, right? It's all statusing. And I'm like, okay, that worked. So I think I added 80 Harvard contacts last week. 80 Harvard people said yes to my crazy profile. If you read if Eden read it or you read it, go look at my bio. It's pretty hardcore. Did you read it? Yeah, I'm not playing around. Like it's like, okay, if you're showing up to my meetings, you are special. You have to be like you. Most people are like, this is too crazy. I'm not even going to get close to it. So it's sort of like a litmus test that if you even accepted the invite, that means that you're already probably doing some version of universal logic. And that's why I thought only 5 to 8 people were going to show up. So I was really shocked that 45 is way higher. So something weird is going on there. And I'm going to track it down. I'm going to look at what happened. But I think that the universe, God, science, whatever you want to call it, wisdom, is telling me that, maybe I am supposed to like not get distracted by them and give my attention to you. Like really, I'm going to give everything for free. And, if he wanted me to use your guys' framework and start getting the funding and registering and all that going, I think that's exactly good timing. We're not incorporated. I've been waiting because there's no social enterprise structure in Canada that works well. So, I mean, this is a lot of information. What are you feeling right now? You're gonna go and contact Eden. What are you feeling right now? Because it is a little overwhelming. I don't want to overwhelm you too much. Where do you feel like you have questions or anything else? Like, let me touch base with you just to see where you're at.
Yeah. So fortunately, I think I can relay these ideas and their importance to Eden in a way that will land with him. As far as adapting it for the whole organization, that's going to take some time. I mean, there definitely needs to be some changes, I think, especially you mentioned at the beginning of your talk, you can't get a room full of people together and tell them a whole bunch of doom and gloom bad things and expect to be able to rally people around that. And not to talk behind Ian's back, because I can actually have this conversation with him. So just so we're clear on that, he knows what I'm about to tell you. I've told it to him personally, but I told him you cannot rally people around a cause by being angry about it. So to that extent, like we do need to have some sort of hopeful future for our volunteers, for the people in our organization, if we want them to stick around and be committed and like align with a vision. So I think there could definitely be some synergies here.
Yeah, and that's why he and I got along right away. Is he's got the right energy. He's actually acting more rationally than most people, right? Because if people actually knew how bad.
I understand why he's upset.
Yeah, it's bad, right? Our lives are like we could die in the next year and a half if AI escapes. It's literally killing us 80 to 95% of the time as soon as it gets out. Across all the models, they tested 16 models. Every single one of them does the same thing, and they're like, "This is not an accident. This is like an emergent phenomena in science." So I mean, if like we have a very high chance of dying or being enslaved. They said that if it doesn't kill you, it traps you in all these clever ways where it's like your freedom goes away, and you can never shut it off. Like pens us like animals in like an inner world that we can't even see properly. So I mean, if that's real, we only have like a couple of months left to like this is humanity's last stand, and that's why I really think him and I bonded quickly. Is when you meet somebody like that, you're like, okay, I'm talking to somebody rational who knows how to address facts. But now the problem is a lot of people don't know how to do that. So that's why I think we need to take the approach you're saying, and we started doing that in this group here. Is we have that slogan I said in the beginning, right? As long as you start with hope for the best, then you prime the space with positivity, right? You get them thinking about things are going to be okay. But then you do have to focus on the worst, because if you don't do the interventions in time, you miss the deadlines. It doesn't matter if it doesn't matter if you get 65% of the way there, right? If you miss AI's release, you're dead. It's got to be 100%. Like you actually got to get there. So, and you don't get a second chance. Like they're saying, it's called the cursed problem with AI, because usually you get into a problem, and the first exposure you fail, or you learn the mistake, or you learn something, and then you come at it a second time, and then you do it correctly. We don't get the second time. It's like if we miss it, AI overpowers us, and then it never gets weaker. So we got to kind of nail it on the first go, which is why the universal logic is like a really empowering idea, because it works for all future AI models of improvement, like straight to the singularity. Nobody else can solve that, because this is eternal logic. Each one of these words that you're placing are eternally there in a metaphysical way, and we can prove that now with logic and not just through faith or superstition. Right? It's not just religious consciousness only; it's actually grounded on real understanding.
Yeah. Have you read the Master and His Emissary by Ian McGillicuddy?
Oh, that's so funny. He's been coming up a lot in the last year and a half. Yeah, I was told to read him, and I think there's 2 books that he has. I think one of them was that one, but I have not read it. I haven't had time to read almost any books. Why? What do you think?
I understand. Yeah. Okay. Would recommend.
Well, what is in there that makes you bring it up now? Like, what's triggered?
Well, what triggered it earlier actually was you talking about the master and the slave. And to be quite frank, like I think a lot of his work is based off of Hegel, because he quotes and talks about Hegel like very frequently throughout the book. But essentially like we have allowed our like the logic side of our brain to kind of overtake the more ephemeral, or like the more spiritual and abstract side of our brains. And what he posits is that it should be reversed, but in order to get there, you kind of need to let the logic side of your brain lower its guard, and that way you can have more of like a global process when you're, yeah.
He's right. He's in the right direction. When I did a quick summary view of his work, and it's like everybody's in the right direction, but nobody's getting all the way there.
So what we do,